Alright, been a bit since I streamed, but there was some pretty big content that got dropped, and I kind of wanted to go over that today. And then kind of see where it goes from there. If you guys missed it, ads, not now, Jeffrey, not now. Oh, Crush, you set up the roadmap command too. That's crazy. Awesome. How's it going, Grano? But the two big things that dropped. So we of course want to talk about the roadmap. And then we want to talk about the dev video as well. Which there's an article, and then I think there's also a video. This is obviously the first piece of content that we actually got related to ongoing developments in the game, which is a good thing. Shows that there's at least some continuation of content, because you have to remember it's been a month since the game came out. AGS went more or less dark, very few bug fixes in general. Some exploits are fixed, not all of them, and now we're kind of getting a larger kind of endgame scope of things. Hello, I need to know are they adding a skirmish or practice war mode? They appear to be adding that, but that's something that we're gonna have to discuss. That is in the in development thing. That is this pickup wars system. Got Serenity on 79. Not bad. Miicrow felt like the higher ups approved funding. Pure conjecture, obviously. So I kind of like, I'll probably say this multiple times today, and I think it's fine. I am under the impression now that the focus of content in the new upcoming seasons is going to be more focused about PvP than it has been in the past. So, like, in the previous updates, when we'd get an update like this, you'd see, like, maybe one or two bullet points of PvP. Versus, you see Season 7, Season World 1, PvP, new OPR map preview. Mutate Expeditions is PvE, but if, like, we're going to mark all the PvP things, like PvP, 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 that's over half the things that they're upcoming to release for Season 7 are PvP oriented, and I think that's moving closer to the right direction. PvP and also refreshing old content / making it relevant, which is huge. Exactly. Like they're looking at the game that they have, right? And there's two ways to think about making content. You can make content by creating a new thing. Like I can create Cutlass Keys. Say I create this Cutlass Keys zone with this PvP island. Say that takes me 3 months to create this whole thing. Okay, it just took me 3 months for content that most of us played for about a week. And you could leave it at that, and then you can create new content and like keep doing that. Or you could like basically revisit the old content and find ways to re-explore it and kind of reimagine it. And I think their direction is more towards the second part, which I think makes sense for this kind of game. Umbrals V2, they listen to my novels. I mean, I don't know if they like that actually makes me think that they actually might have listened to some of the rants I've had. Cause like and like you brought this up and I totally agree with you. Like Crush, like Umbrals were the best endgame system that we had in New World. Dark Matter is decent, but the main issue that Dark Matter has had is that if say I have this gear at 600 or let me look at an OPR crate. Like let me open up one OPR crate. Say I get this gear. It is 698 gear score. Oh, shucks, that's useless. I can't actually use this, right? It's not 700 gear score. With Umbrals, you could spend these shards that were basically universal. It would upgrade this gear to 700, and when it hit 700, like effectively for this patch, it would unlock a new perk, and that would become legendary. So it basically made all the drops from a lot of the endgame activities actually usable. It was just more so that it cost more Umbral shards to get the lower gear score stuff updated. So like, say these boots, I'd have to spend more because they're 682, they're not close to 700 yet to get these upgraded. I can't wait for this new musket artifact unless it's another trash one. Yeah, I haven't even looked at the video yet. I've just looked at the kind of timeline that they put out in terms of the roadmap, and I figured we kind of work our way around today, probably revisit stuff a few times. I'm so excited about the seasonal servers. I heard a lot of people that are excited about this too, especially players that like want to try out the game but don't really want to spend a ton of the time trying out the game again. Like a lot of those players I think are excited for seasons. Also from like a trying the game perspective, like I think it's easier to get into the game if it's like a seasonal based content. This is something that like I think Rust does really, really well, where Rust has basically wipe days, and the game is super, super populated during those wipe days, and I think that's going to apply to New World as well to some extent. They are progressing very, very quickly in a lot of different ways in terms of the PvP environment. I think it will be saturated to some extent, but I think this is like overall a good thing. Like more content is like almost never a bad thing. Only a case where it's a bad thing is if you don't have enough stuff to do. Like from a PvP perspective, you have to think of this too, that people have literally been queuing Outpost Rush for like 3 years and still like Outpost Rush because it's a pretty fun mode. Sadly, I probably won't touch the seasonal servers unless I get unique transmogs. There will likely be some sort of cosmetic reward. I'm guessing that's like pretty standard for these kinds of things. Like they're talking about like a new PvP thing. They're talking about the seasonal stuff. Like if there's ranked PvP, for ranked PvP, like you never want to do a reward that is monetary because it just creates issues with the in-game economy on most games. But you can do like skins. Like honestly, for New World's sake, like New World's pretty, like they don't really give you much value for getting like high tracks and the seasonal rewards. So like I think it's New World, like I would trust the New World devs honestly to do ranked PvP if it had some pay to win-esque mechanic at the end. Like what if you got to choose one artifact if you're choosing an unlock without having to like go through all the pain and hassle if you got the max rank or something stupid like that. Like I wouldn't even like care that much because New World's usually like not too crazy about it, but I think the best part is probably just going to be like unique transmogs is probably going to be like maybe a badge or something like that, or like I don't know. They'll find some cosmetic way to make the ranked like relatively interesting. Like what Albion does for ranked PvP is like the guild that gets the highest tier gets like a unique mount skin that is like really, really cool and bizarre. And there's like a subset of guilds that are just like constantly fighting for that unique mount skin because you can only get it once per season and then it goes away. Hey miicrow, for arenas or 1v1, would you say shirking heals is better than specific conditionings? Yeah, shirking heals is very, very good. I think they're better than specific conditionings in small scale, yes. The company hall sounds awesome. I haven't even like got to that yet. Like, to be honest, I had a very long work day, came home, my football team that I root for is playing right now, but this seemed important enough that I'm still with you guys and I'll watch highlights of that game. Figure that out. Company hall would be really, really cool. It's always a fun spot to hang out. And some pretty good RP usually happens there too. Hope or cope? That I think is the personal take and kind of need to wait and see. I think I'm more along the lines of hope because my expectations are so low now, right? My expectations for New World in terms of like the past like year or so have been I'm going to get a content update once per year. It's going to last in terms of general content for the community about a month. And then we're going to have probably 2 to 3 more months of like bugs fixes / exploit fixes, and then it's just going to be focusing on the content for the next year. And this is actually like sizable content that is looking to be implemented, and I don't think it's as far-fetched as content has been in the past. Like, they aren't really shooting for the moon here in terms of what they want for Season 7, right? It's like, okay, we're going to have Seasonal World 1 PvP. This is just like doing like a new world, like fresh start, but it's going to be more oriented towards that. There's going to be a new OPR map that we're going to preview. It's not even going to be out yet, right? Like, we're going to show it off a little bit. It's going to be in the works. We're going to enable M3s for matchmaking. Like, that's really, really easy. We're going to add new daily soul trials. Okay, that's also really, really easy. We're going to have balance changes. That's nice. I wish it was a little bit more regular than once every 3 months, but that's nice. New artifacts and perks. That's really good content. Seasonal events, which I'd argue is not really content. And world boss, which is tied to the seasonal events. Like, there's, like, we'll probably have to go through and strike these as content or not content, because a lot of their seasonal stuff is repetitive, and it'll depend if you've been playing the game before or not been playing the game before, too. miicrow, they never talk this good, ever. My 3 negatives to OPR map need to be in next season. A lack of mention of PvP gearing and no new raid in Season 7. Yeah, I mean, I don't think I could spit that out overnight is the thing I'd come back with. Like, it's clearly not the biggest studio. Like, it's pretty big, but like, I don't, if they were a bigger studio and they wanted to fully deliver on content, I'd argue that they would have a subscription-based model that like basically targets towards providing consistent content in order to maintain your subscription. Like, they don't really do that perfectly. Then the way that the money works for AGS is it's better to hold stuff off and then unleash it in a big burst where you get people to buy the game because they're so excited for something. And like, these are like a lot of like smaller updates that revamp the content that's already in the game, and it just reuses stuff very, very effectively. So it's like, I like the way that they're progressing, but it's not typical, like it's atypical of the monetization style of this game where they're asking for a box price and then they're actually delivering content after. Like, if I was thinking about like Call of Duty or something like that, I'd be like, oh yeah, we're going to deliver this content after, but it's going to be part of a DLC, right? We're going to charge you $15. Like, New World's a lot better about that. Like, it's a great game for the value, very, very clearly. And I think it's more so like a fun game in terms of the amount of content that's out there. And then it's also like somewhat of an experiment for AGS to see how they can tap into this market. I don't think they're necessarily looking to make a huge profit right now because they're under the Amazon umbrella. Like, it is a publicly traded company, and they do need to make some profit, but like, they're okay taking like a loss for a little bit. Like, you look at the metaverse, like how much money Meta just lost on that. Like, and no one's like really investing in that yet, and that investment might pan off down the line. But like, I know that like, even for like Netflix, for example, they won't make a custom augmented reality thing for Meta unless there is sufficient data to support that there's enough users for that to make for Netflix to make money off of that system. So it's like they almost have to prove it before they get everyone else to buy into it, and they haven't really done that yet besides just throw money at the problems. And I think New World is in a spot where they have data to back up some of their like findings. Like, they actually could show, hey, we're able to maintain some players, we're able to bring in a lot of players, we were able to make this work across PC and console now, which is really, really cool. We're going to progress to see, I'm guessing to some exec, they're going to be like, oh yeah, we could try mobile next. I shouldn't be surprised if they figure out a way to do it on mobile, but it's going to be very, very it's going to be very, very intensive and probably involve a lot of downgrades in terms of the performance, but like, people will find a way. Umbrals V2, so Frigid Dawn 700 named will be upgradable to 725. Thus, hella wasted coin on current Gorgonite inducted gear. That's all speculation, and I wouldn't really confirm nor deny that because I don't have leaks pertaining to specific gear pieces right now. Oh, a barbershop? Appreciate this live stream. Yeah, it's like we'll do a bit of Q&A, try to figure stuff out and work through the content together. The barbershop was actually something that was previously in the game, and then it was disabled at one point. I think there were some bugs with it. Now it's going to get re-enabled, which is good. Some of their content is reusing old content, but like, I'm coming in with the expectations of, I probably shouldn't say again because people are going to keep joining on later. But I'm coming in at expectations that they will deliver content once a year and it will last for a month. And this looks like more content than that will just purely last a month. And I think the part that they're doing a particularly good job at this time is they're focusing on renewable content, or content that inherently refreshes itself. You think of seasonal stuff, you think of wipes, like that's minimal dev effort compared to what they've done in the past. So like this is the big part about PvP that makes PvP so magical in a game. PvP you do once, you just adjust the balancing, and it's literally entertainment for hundreds of thousands of hours. It is like exactly what a dev studio like New World needs, where they want minimal resources into something and they want a big turnaround for the reward. And that's something that you can just do through the systems and how you design them within a game. You compare that to creating something like this PvP zone over here. Like, this is great, but most of us, well, it wasn't wonderful, but most of us engaged with this PvP zone for about a week, and now it's like, okay, there I go there once a week, I get my doubloon and I leave. I don't do PvP, I don't do anything. Like, versus they're going to be making a whole world full loot on some of these PvP only servers, and that's going to be kind of cool. It's going to completely change the economy, and it's going to make it akin to Albion and some of those servers, and I think some people will like that a lot, and some people won't, and that's fine, but you can have it either way. PvE should be used to get gear for PvP. Like, a new raid is good, but we need more of that. Yeah, I mean, I agree. Like, and the benefit of that is you get people engaging in PvX, and then you also need like a revenue to get decent PvP gear, right? But I like the idea of like PvE gear giving you some like really cool bonus. The problem I've had in the past with New World's, or like recently with New World system, is like when the game first came out, it was really, really hard to get 3 perk gear. So like getting this piece is complete RNG. It probably would have cost me tons and tons of gold, because you could force 1 perk and the rest is RNG, and it's an RNG even to get legendary. So there's just a lot of RNG baked on top of it, and it felt really rewarding to get one of those pieces. And it felt less saturated in terms of, oh, you need this 3 perk BIS in order to play the game. And now it's like a lot of like, you need these really, really harsh requirements to play the game in wars and all these PvP modes. Like, I appreciated the game when it was more like, hey, you're fine if you get in here with 2 perk gear, and like you can kind of roll with that. And I think that new FFA, or not the FFA, but like the PvP flag kind of mode will be more like that, where it's like, okay, what is the, like, you have 2 types of players, right? You have whales. Whales will get the best in slot everything, just try to kill people, and they have to basically kill enough people to make their money back on their original set in order for it to be worth it. And then you have rats. Rats are looking to finish players, kill them, take the loot, and run. These are like builds that are a little bit more budget oriented, so you might see return of like 1 perk builds, you might see the return of 2 perk builds, and like people are literally just trying to get a kill and getting out, and that's it. Like, you don't think about it too much. So what's the cheapest, most effective gear I could get to be able to take a fight in this zone? And it creates this whole new source of content where it's like you engage with either you have a bunch of rats like trying to kill like one player that's more experienced, or you have like people sticking together to not lose their gear. Like, I think it creates a lot of systems that are really, really interesting and really entertaining from when I played Albion for 3 to 4 months and I experienced that. But it's also very, very stressful at times, and you either like it or you hate it, and depending on that, you'll either play the game or not, or like you'll play that mode or not, and that's perfectly fine, especially that you have that option to engage with that or not. What do pickup wars mean without pushing? Good then. Pickup wars basically mean practice wars, just like we've liked to call them in the past. They are a little bit different, where I think there's going to be a little bit like more RNG/Q based / less organized. It's something that the community has asked for a long time, and I think will generally benefit the scene, but in the short term, I think it will be a little bit more overblown than it actually is. But in the long term, it will be basically, hey, this is a source of content that you could use to try more experimental strats if you wanted to, or if you just want practice, or if you want consistent wars without having to go on all these different servers and creating all these different alt accounts. You can consistently have those upper tier of wars and kind of experience the game better at that end game perspective. So I think this is gonna help mitigate the issues that were faced in the past, where you had people just creating alts, going to different servers. I think it's going to help new people get into the PvP scene. I think it's just very helpful overall. But for people that are like just picking up the game and are like, I want to see what a war is like you'll be able to see that, but it will be heavily disorganized, kind of like an OPR, and likely will not be akin to the actual strategy that goes on in a war itself. Like, you have to keep in mind, like, we stream a good amount of wars here. Like, when I'm streaming a war, I'm playing the game, which is already a lot. I have a shot caller that is telling me what to do from like a very high level perspective. Like, the shot caller is like, oh, okay, I need everybody to move right. Like, I'll move right or whatever. But they don't actually get like that detail oriented with it. There's a little bit of guidance. There's a pre-war raid plan, which people explain the strategy in terms of what to do, what group goes where, what gimmicks would happen, what secret strategies we're going to do for that war that will trick the enemy and help give us a free point. And then there's also your group comp. So it's like there's like 3 or 4 different layers in a real war that are very difficult for an in-game system to accomplish. But I think it will allow more people to experience that, and the more people you get into something, the better it is overall. Generally, like, just creating a higher amount of people that can get engaged in content is just good. It's like Rust, but without the base in New World. Yeah, it kind of is. I think that the one part that won't be done as well as in some other games is in those circumstances where it's open world all the time, the way that you have people engage with the open worldness more so is that you make them like travel from place to place. Like, say you can travel to each major city, but when you leave a city, you're on your own until you come back. So you actually have to like commit to journeys throughout the world. And I think that friction that was experienced in the past with like all the different shrines and all these different things, it's more or less solved now with mounts, and it will just be beneficial in the long run for people to have to engage in the traveling aspect a little bit more. And it just creates more content from the game itself, because it's like, okay, if I'm in the open world and I get flagged and I can be killed by anyone, I drop everything I have, why would I not just TP to this town and then just TP to this town and then just TP to this town? I'm like, why would I not TP to this shrine and go out from there? Like, why would I not play around a shrine all the time because it's a save point? Like, it creates all these conflicts of like interest to have the shrines in that kind of FFA area. So like something that was a little bit more hybrid like makes a little bit more sense. And then if you want like the way that you expand upon this further with like taking Albion as an example, so you had green zones if you die you drop nothing, yellow zones if you die you drop all the materials you gather in that zones, and then red zones if you die you drop everything you have. So now these red zones are really high points of interest, like the CK Island. It's a bunch of like renewable content that they can kind of expand upon from there. And it creates like kind of, and then you put like the better resources in the red zones, for example, or increase the spawn rates in the red zones. Like, you incentivize people to go in there, so high risk, high rewards, the base idea. Nah, full loot PvP can't work in this game. I mean, they're gonna try, and I think it makes sense for them to try because from a data perspective, it's relatively minimal, and in terms of the reward for New World, I think it's like very high. Like, in the end of the day, the biggest strength that New World has that doesn't really get played to is it's this giant world that you could explore, and you can do a bunch of stuff in game throughout that world, and the open world just directly caters to that. It's like, why would I design, like, take the example of an OPR map. I'm just gonna say this, I'm butchering OPR and a whole new OPR map for a second here. Like, say, hey, we can implement this whole new OPR map, which I know you guys will like, or we can design like infinite OPR maps that could happen anywhere in the world, or like something stupid like that. Like, that's the idea. There is the potential to have like all these unique fights, and you'd probably experience and be really interesting at the time. Have they said anything about the PvP artifacts right now? Because it's kind of brutal. I haven't watched the dev video yet. I would have to defer to watching that. I figured I'd watch it on stream. Are we overdue for some specific artifacts? Only one artifact for BB, for example, right? Yeah, so in game in the files, they actually have an acronym for each artifact. They have set 1. That's an E. I'm bad at writing with this pen. And then they also have set 2. So if they're in set 1, then they're the first round of artifacts. If they're in set 2, they're the second round of artifacts. Some of these artifacts haven't had a set 2 yet, and that's what we're expecting to see. Man, I love Rust, but gear doesn't matter in Rust. You could snowball from a bow to AK. It's going to be a Zerg fest. Oh, in terms of New World PvP? I mean, yeah, likely, but I think that inherently creates... it's a good thing for it to be a Zerg fest. And that's the weird part that you don't really experience until you played a game like Albion that's full loot throughout the entire game. Say there's hundreds of Zergs, right? Or like say there's 2 giant Zergs of 500 people that fight each other every day. Say you're a rat. Like you want to be a rat, you just want to pick someone off and grab their gear and run. Well, you can go in basically butt naked, look at the ground, grab a bag and leave. Like you made infinite like value there. Like you didn't die in a set, you went in naked and you returned with whatever you just obtained. Like you inherently just get a lot of value from like doing things as a small person, even in a spot where there's like giant Zergs. Will you be able to participate in the endgame Zerg content? No. But like you will still be able to like entertain like the full loot aspect, and it will benefit you to some capacity. I barely PvP, but can't wait to try the seasonal world. Yeah, no, I think I've heard a little bit about this. It's kind of a temporary world. I haven't watched the video yet again, which we want to watch probably before we get into too many things. But temporary world is just like a good way to kind of introduce that, and it also makes it so that it's a little bit like you could take a little bit more risks. Like it's not your entire account on the line. Like say you risk everything and you lose it all. It's like, oh dang, I could wait another 2 to 3 weeks and it'll restart again. Like you have some sense of urgency and then some sense of like, okay, it's okay if something bad happens here. And then you could try stuff that's new too. Like for example, for my where is trade skills? For my trade skills, I pretty much always go weaponsmithing 200. I go Arcana. The jewel crafting was a new one for me. And then I go stone cutting, and like I could try something different. Like what if one time I wanted to try armoring, and like I wanted to make money off of armoring, and like we've always talked about how like recently how armoring really doesn't make sense in the end game of the new world right now, because like you just don't use it and you make your own gear. Like you don't make gear for other people, and this like kind of solves that problem as well. Where's the roadmap? I have it in the Discord. This is the roadmap, though. I could put it up as a backdrop for now. There was a high-resolution picture in there. There is a note at the top here. The in-development initiatives are actively being worked on with details and timelines to be determined. So they basically don't know when they'll be released yet. And exploration ideas are in the early stage and are being explored but aren't guaranteed. This document does not include everything we are working on and is subject to change. So this is like currently, if they were to take a snapshot, like it's basically the what do you think you'll be doing in 5 years version of New World, but it's probably like a year to maybe 2 years out. Endgame rewards and system improvement gives me hopes for the PvP track. They are, for the gripes that AGS has and the gripes that I have with communicating them with the ways that they intend for communication to happen, they actually do a pretty good job at listening to people when they're upset, which is a really hard skill to do. Like it's really, really hard to listen to people who don't necessarily agree with you on everything. Like if you think about it, like most people I think would like to surround themselves with people that are like them instinctually, not people that are different from them, and bring different ideas to the table. And that's something that they do a surprisingly good job, I'd say, in New World, is they actually listen to feedback. Like they won't say that they listen to miicrow. They won't say I listen to Duke Slot. They won't say I listen to Baggins, but you won't say I listen to Asmongold. But then you see action actually take place as a result of kind of public demand. They do fix stuff privately. Like I will give them credit for this. I wish I was better at doing exploits so I could test stuff, but at the same time, you at least know I'm not good at doing exploits, so I'm probably not using them. But I was told that bow heavy attack exploit was actually fixed by a bow player that plays in T1 Wars. So that is actually super promising, because we gave him that in an email. There was a video or two about that, and that was an undocumented fix for this recent patch. So it's like they are fixing stuff, it's just taking time. Yeah, I could see. Yeah, I could pin it, Crush. I pinned it. Reddit mods don't like to hear AGS's mistakes. Yeah, I mean that's a skill that they do not have. I don't like that's the probably one of the worst parts about the moderation stuff. That's why people take to public forums often to complain about New World, and why like content creation for New World has become like such a powerful tool. Is it's kind of fucked up, but uh there is freedom of speech to some extent, but Reddit is not like the Reddit community is not a place where freedom of speech exactly exists. The Discord for New World is definitely not a place where free speech exists. Like, it is very, very easily to get banned from the official New World Discord. If you called a dev a poop head, you would probably get banned from the Discord. Like, you have to, like, the line is not super, super far. Like, if there was a spectrum in terms of, like, what it took to get banned from every game, and like the left end of the spectrum was like, I don't know, like a PG-13 game or something like that, or maybe not even that, like a G-rated game. Like, say this is like Wizard 101, and then say over here on the right is like Call of Duty. New World is like here. It's not very far into the spectrum, especially for what the rating has. Like, it is a very, very low tolerance for the average age of the customer in the platform, which it's okay. It's just you kind of have to get used to it to some extent. There is definitely censorship. It's also one of the reasons why we talk about bugs so much on this channel, and why the Discord is so full of people talking about bugs and exploits, is because a lot of those players got banned from the official Discord, and they kind of want to be heard to some extent. And while I am not affiliated with AGS in any sense of the world, I could iterate opinions, and they tend to listen to them, albeit not all the time. Like the hundreds of bugs, which some people have come back and argued that there are a lot of duplicates in there. It was maybe actually like half of that to whatever, how many bugs are in there. I think they actually fixed like maybe 5 to 10 last time we came up with something like that. And that's the part where I draw from, like, if I'm going to put in the work, the time and effort to organize this and kind of get people an avenue where they can easily report bugs, and you guys don't do anything about it, then it's like very hard for me to want to continue making stuff around the bug fixes, which is why I've kind of focused less on it this season compared to what I did a year ago. But they do a decent job at actually fixing, like, listening to people that put stuff out like that. Like, it's not perfect, but it's okay. miicrow, they at least have us be protesters. I mean, some games would pay people for what you and I were doing. New World is not one of them. I don't really think I'd want to get paid for that, though. Like, I am heavily overqualified to be doing something like that. And also get extremely bored extremely fast. But yeah, just spam skull emojis. I don't think you can spam skull anymore. They also banned a few other things. I know I got temp banned because they introduced a chat GPT bot that was constantly like spitting information out about like tacos. Like, it was obsessed with tacos for some reason. And I asked it a taco specific question, and I got temp banned for an hour, which is kind of funny. But that's what I mean about like the tolerance for New World is very low. Like, if I'm getting banned, the principle of me getting banned for asking a question about tacos, it's kind of crazy. Probably do it if I get paid. I mean, it works both ways, right? Like, people will be like, well, you get paid if you did a good enough job, and it works the other way too, where it's like, well, if I don't get paid, why would I do it? And like there has to be some semblance of trust there, or there needs to be a contract, right? Like that's what employment is. It is basic employment is a contract that I will agree to do work for you as long as you give stuff for me. Like that there's a difference between that and like basically unpaid labor. But yeah. To be fair, to be honest, this game would pop off with independent contractors. Okay, this is totally throwing shade at some other companies, but like if Qualcomm is like 80% independent contractors so that they could fire them and not release them on their earnings port right now, for source, I live in the general area where Qualcomm is, so it's like I'm very, very used to that environment, and they put a ton of people on contract labor right now so that they could fire them, and on their earnings report they don't say that, hey, we just laid off 20% of our workforce. Like surely New World would just want to do something similar. Like Jeff Bezos is like Amazon is officially trying to like I believe they're officially targeting the like the Bureau of Labor and trying to break that up with a lawsuit, along with Tesla, I believe, is joining them on that effort. So surely if they're looking at that, they'd be for independent contractors for New World, right? Like it's a fucked up way of looking at it. It's like their general oversee, like the Jeffrey Bezos seems to be for that kind of environment where there's less protections for workers. So I'm surprised they're so against that, because that's what contracting is generally for. It's like it's a higher rate, but you get the higher rate for less oversight. Like, for example, you don't have to pay for health insurance or something like that. So like 1940s Berlin, Germany, we got nowhere else to go. Basically, yeah, that's how AGS typically treats those kind of things. Bezos is a scumbag, but AGS seems to be too lenient, if anything. Yeah, something like that. I'm excited for the new perks. Just save some Matrix, guys. Feels like Bisc Gear is going to change. Yeah, I mean, the way that I've talked about Bisc Gear probably for the last 2 years, and will continue to talk about it with this game, is Bisc Gear is subjective. The two perks you want are pretty objective. Like, Elemental Aversion is pretty objectively a Bisc perk. Health is debatably a Bisc perk. It depends on your class and your role and your armor and all this stuff. But like, if I had health elemental aversion, I'm never upset with getting that gear. The typical Bisc for a player in PvP right now would be like elemental aversion, enchanted ward, like one of those kind of perks, and B slash or thrust conditioning. Like that would be considered a Bisc perk. Your third perk, it matters, but the third perk will like the first and second perk will make you like, if you have both those perks, you become like 20 to 30% of a better player. The last perk is like maybe you go from 30% to 35%. Like it's not a huge deal to miss the mark on that. So like a 2 perk Bisc is generally what I would emphasize is better going for, and that third perk is like usually super class specific if you absolutely need it. Like one of those classes that like you kind of do need the 3 perks is like IGVG, for example, or Ice Gauntlet, Void Gauntlet. Like you kind of need the 3 perks in order to have the utility output that you need in order to have the survivability that the build requires, and also to just have enough weapon perks, because that build runs like 5 weapon perks in armor right now. It is absolutely ridiculous. What, they just made W plus M1 bruiser strong as fuck? They did that at the very beginning of the game. The first meta in New World was 45 bruisers and 5 AoE healers. In NA, that is. I don't know what it was for other regions. It's also like, from a game perspective, the game was significantly easier back in the day. Because you have to think about, for every server I have now, like, say I'm competing for my tank war slot on this server. There are currently like 6 companies that own territory on this server. And they each have 1 tank. So that means there's 6 tanks slots available on this server. Back in the day, there were about 42 to 43 servers per server that we have right now. Like there were like 42 to 43. I think there was a chart somewhere in my Discord of servers that got merged into Marama. And we're getting another that got merged too. I don't think I made a video on that, with Lilith getting merged into Marama. So Marama's capturing another territory. But it's insane when you think about that. So I had all those slots before. So I had 6 slots on this server. Well, now I had 6 times 43 tank slots on that old server. So the game got inherently more competitive due to a lack of, or due to having more slots available. Serenity doesn't have a gem slot. Oh yeah, you use the gem setting pen like Crush said. It's not very clear. I think you have to buy it from the faction guy actually, but parkour on the way over. There's the voice line that we spammed last influence race. And then you get the gem setting pin. And gems in general are a higher damage reduction or damage bonus than traditional weapon perks or gear changes or anything like that. Speaking of meta, is your Firestaff/IG guide video still up to date, or did you make more changes to the build since? I haven't really... So I can start looking at builds again. I stopped looking at builds because I looked at YouTube general for New World, and it seemed like people were more progressing towards, like, how do I get more money? Like, it was less about, this is a best build for this thing, it's how do I get more money in terms of, like, where the views was, so I stopped, like, focusing as much on those, and then, like, recently I was like, why am I even focusing on all this stuff? I should just do what is fun for me, because I'm already employed, I already get paid, and, like, it's not enough to obsess over the details, in my opinion, but that's why I've focused away from it, but I can go back to looking at builds. The website, though, is like, oh my god, the website stuff is... I know it's fun for some people, and it's nice to have a spot where you could store builds, but, like, to be honest, the website is a pain in the ass to keep up. Like, I do not like doing that. It just feels like busy work, and it just... Ugh. It's not what I want to be doing with my time. Making the video is much simpler. If I make a video on a build, it takes me 20 to 30 minutes. I'm actively engaged, thinking the whole time, and I do the website, it takes me like an hour, and it feels like busy work the entire time. So I'd rather, like, the problem is once I make a video, it's very hard to edit a video, but if I have a build on a website, then it's very easy to edit the website. Do you think they're gonna fix elemental ban before the season ends, or will we just need to wait? That's something I kind of wanted to call them out on. That is one of the artifacts in game right now where it's like there is objectively no reason for this artifact, not Bloodbreaker. There's no reason that elemental ban should be enabled. This 100% should be disabled right now. It is bizarre that it's not disabled. It is so bugged and so strong right now, beyond comprehension, that is completely warping the meta that we have seen for the last year or two, which I think is really cool in one sense, but also when they introduce a balance change where your melee attacks are like no longer connecting, you can't actually chase a player that's in light anymore if you're on like heavy or medium if they dodge trade correctly, and that player that's in light is nuking you from a further distance and just deletes you basically because of this artifact, that it's like, it's not fair. Like, this is literally, like, for Firestaff is like basically a 10% damage increase, maybe higher than that. Like 10 to 20% damage increase, and it is absolutely not fair, and it absolutely should have been disabled within the first day or two. And I don't know how it's not disabled right now. Yo, shoutcast my Eden defense, Gorb from Rosa. We got people in here though. We gotta start talking about the video and stuff. I've only got, like, if it's a good war maybe, but like I've only got like a few hours in me today, because I have work hella early tomorrow, because I have been super busy with a bunch of projects, because everyone's like, oh, we need to get this thing done before the holidays, oh, we need to get this other thing done before the holidays, and it's driving me crazy, but that's where I'm at. Every company is asking for mages to abuse it because it's hard to ignore how broken it is. I mean, that's exactly how it turns out, right? The flip side of Hugo of how that used to work is the top company would abuse it, tell nobody, and no other company can compete with the top company because there was a gear gap. The main goal of the original goal of this channel is to eliminate that gear gap. I think we're decently successful with that, but not perfect. Gorb owns Rosa, and we're facing frontline. I'm also abusing the artifact you're talking about. I mean, everyone is, right? Like, if something doesn't get patched out and it's an exploit, in my opinion, in the new world, it becomes a feature, and you kind of have to use it. And it's really annoying to think about it that way, and morally, it's not wonderful. But if you don't use it and you're guaranteed to lose, why wouldn't you use it? Like, you either need to have both parties agree to not use it, which is very, very hard from a low-level war perspective, but in T1 wars, this is actually a thing where certain bugs or exploits are considered to be so bad that if any side is caught using it, that player gets banned from every single... they basically just get blacklisted from top-end PvP for using that bug or exploit. Like, recently, I believe someone got banned from using the blunderbuss exploit. Where you can just shoot very, very fast, and it was like, hey, this person's doing that. It's like, okay, kicked. Like, it should just be that simple. It's not always that simple because there's politics involved, but it should just be that simple, and it was that simple when we used to do wars more often with like better competition. Blacklisted only if you get caught. That's also true. Why is Empower on Elemental Band so good? I always thought everybody was close to the Empower cap on Firestaff. It's Firestaff. You have to look at the individual characteristics of Firestaff, but Firestaff's not super close to the Empower cap. So if you consider Rune of Helios being being 100% uptime, you are pretty close to the Empower cap. But besides Rune of Helios, like, you have Empower Meteor Shower, which is a good amount in power if you run it. Not everybody runs it. Clear Casting is in power, but it's conditional. What's the other one? Clear Mind is in power, but it's conditional. And then other than that, I don't think there's a single source of Empower on Firestaff. It's like there's 3 sources of Empower, and it's like in total maybe 30% on the base weapon itself, and that's if you're standing inside of Rune of Helios, which is not super common. So that's like 30% total, right? If I look at like Great Axe, for example, if they have this right tree passive, that's literally 30%. Like, Great Axe is like infinitely better at getting Empower compared to Firestaff. You look at something like Hatchet, if they do 1 heavy attack to get 15% in power, if they do 3 lights on a target, okay, it's base damage, but like it's also like relatively good at getting in power. Like, there's certain weapons that are better than others, and Firestaff tends to be a little bit better in terms of base damage, but tends to be a little bit worse in terms of empower. Yes, but Great Axe is constantly getting weakened. Exactly. Versus Firestaff's not always getting weakened, so you don't need to have as much empower too. So like, it should balance itself out, but traditionally, or historically, Firestaff needs to have more empower. Blunderbuss is the main weapon, where it's like, this weapon is utterly terrible until you start empower stacking on it, and not a lot of people realizes that, or not a lot of people realize that. Spear is also another weapon that like you need a ton of empower. Not a lot of people realize that. Doesn't Berserk give empower? I think so. That's, I would need to look into it, but so I'd have to look at it. I'm not 100% sure. Why is Empower and Elemental Band so good? I always thought everyone's close to Empower. We already talked about that. I believe it is Empower. Okay. I mean, yeah, the Hatchet's problem has never been damage. It's always been hitting targets, which was the problem last patch because Hatchet could actually hit the things it was looking at. This patch, I believe the Hatchet is not hitting the things it's looking at, so it feels a little bit more balanced. Hatchet balancing is really, really funny, though. You know, it'd be a cool artifact to spread a weakened dot between players like a plague. That exists as an ability. It's Flail's Arcane Smite. Basically, if you're an ally, you get this buff on you, and if somebody hits you, it weakens them. So it basically is that. So sometimes in a war, you'll see me just throw Smite on the ground and not hit anybody, and my allies will run through it, and that's literally just to have like the weaken buff on them. Miicrow, it's in power. It's 0.2 to all types. Okay, cool. Alright. I see we have a decent amount of people in here now. We could get to the meat and potatoes here and start looking at the stuff that AGS like actually put out today. Do you guys want me to start with the video, or do you want to just be purely speculative and look at like their notes or something else first? Deadlock? Do I have Deadlock up right now? I've been playing a ton of Deadlock for the last couple of days. The last 2 days I probably played like, it's kind of embarrassing, but like maybe like 12 to 14 hours of Deadlock. It is very, very fun, and I am trying to learn a new champion. So, I don't know how to play MOBAs. I'm okay at shooters, though. Yeah, Deadlock is a very, very good game. Are you top rank in Deadlock? No, I am not. So I played before the rank stuff existed is when I played significantly, and within that system I was considered to be a top 1,000 player in the game. Like probably I think I was a little bit higher than that towards the end. I think I was top like 600, 700. And then New World stuff came out and I just hard focused on New World, and now I'm coming back into it and I think I'm like top 20,000 right now, top 25k, so I am nowhere near the top anymore, and there's a lot of stuff that's like newer that I'm not super great with, but I'm still decent at the game. Like I don't even know what the rank system is completely, but I think I'm about the equivalent of like I think I'm in the top like 20, like 10 to 20%, which is like honestly super, super bad for where I'm normally at in games right now. But that's where I'm at right now because I'm coming back to the game. And I'm trying to learn new champions because my experience is like so I could one trick the champions I'm good at, right? Like I'm relatively good at Dynamo. He's kind of broken. And I'm pretty good at McGinnis too, but she's kind of stupid. And I could one trick those champions. I have like a 60 to 65% win rate on them. And I could probably get to like Eternus in a month if I just hard focused on Deadlock, because it takes me a little bit of time to usually get into a game and get good at it. But I'd rather not be a one trick when I get to the top, because I've made that mistake before. And if like usually how people do it is they try to one trick a champion, get to the highest thing possible, and then expand their hero pool. In my experience, if you do that, it's very hard to learn other heroes because you need to learn how to win when it's very hard to win. So I don't know. I know he's unlocked by Deadlock talk now. Yeah, a little bit. All right. I think we look at the YouTube video first because that will provide context for these other systems, and then we can kind of talk about them as well. I believe the New World Eternal post-launch dev update is like, this is basically just a scripture of the video, so it will help us help us highlight stuff that we might have missed. And then I think the roadmap is kind of just the high level, if you want to takeaways, look at this kind of thing. So let's start off with the video, I think.
Hello, everyone. Welcome to the New World Eternum post-launch dev update. I'm Scott, the game director on New World Eternum. I'm here with Dave, the creative director.
Is the volume
Dan,
good?
give a nod.
Let me pause. Is the volume good for everybody? Because I have not adjusted this in a long time. Okay, somebody type in the chat. I think so. Yeah, all good? Okay, cool.
Design lead, and Katie, the live lead. Before we get going, oh my gosh, we launched.
We did it.
We've seen people pile in the beaches. It's been awesome. It has been so fun getting the console players interacting with the PC players and watching all that fun stuff. Any stories you all want to share about the launch?
Okay, also, I am going to try not to interrupt this too much, but if you're a PC player and you were like shitting on a console player, like not letting him into your company or something like that, A, you're a dick, B, you're the person that's killing the game. Please don't do that. My company included.
I mean, I really enjoyed seeing the raid. Like the first time seeing that completed was epic. Now people are optimizing it. It's like really cool.
Yeah, mine is related to that because we just saw the first sub 30 minutes and actually first sub 20-minute raid run, which is really awesome, but also means we're going to make the next raid really hard.
I'm loving it being on console, so it's my living room. The whole family gets to play. It's really fun.
The response has been great. Thank you all for coming and checking it out. Like, I can't tell you how exciting it is for all of us to put this out there and see everyone playing it and giving us the feedback. So we're really
gaming.
Appreciative. Couldn't be happier.
Hey,
So I know
couches
some
are
of you are
awesome.
joining us for the first time. And what we're going to do next is we're going to talk about where we plan to go with New World in the future. We're going to start with Season 7 so we can walk you through all of the cool things coming out in Season 7 and, sneak peek, they're pretty freaking cool. Beyond that, we have this thing that we're going to talk about called in development. So these are a bunch of features that we're working on. We are not ready to commit to a timeline, but we want to give you that insight and get some feedback from you, which will help us prioritize which ones come first and where we go. And then we're going to talk about some things that are in the early ideation phase. This is where we just want to get your sense which of these you like more than others, because this is where you can have a big impact on where we go with the game this year.
This also, I need to back up a second. This will also probably determine priorities as well in terms of like what the community wants. So everything for this season is basically guaranteed. So this is like 100% chance. Like in development, this is likely something like 70 to 80% chance. Like it's very likely that something will get through unless something like major happens and they have to block it for release. In exploration, this is stuff that's like it could happen, but it also could end up in like a state where they can't prioritize it and they're prioritizing other things instead of prioritizing this. So it might never happen even if it's in exploration. So it's something you have to like treat that roadmap a little bit lighter for.
On where we go with the game this year. But with that, Dan, you're going to take us through this.
Yeah. So next we're gonna dive into these things.
Wait, did he say that was all coming out this year?
The impact on where we go
There's
with
no
the game
way.
this year.
Oh my God, he
But
did.
with that, Dan, you're going to take us through this.
Yeah. So next we're gonna dive into these things one by one. We'll bring in some other folks to the table and gobble gobble. Let's go.
Gobble gobble.
Yeah, no, that's if they are actually able to deliver on the roadmap, jumping to the roadmap for a second, if they're able to deliver on all of this by this year, I would be amazed. If they deliver on these two things this year, I would, like by this year, I mean up until like November-ish of next year, if they delivered on this left bullet and this middle bullet, I would be amazed. Like in exploration, I expect it to take like 1.5 to 2 years.
Hello, everybody. So now we are joined by
2025?
three new
Okay.
faces at the table. We have 3 lead designers. We have Joel of Systems and Seasons. We have JR of Combat and Modes. And we have Chad of AI and Encounters. And we together are going to be talking about some things that are in our next season, which is coming at the top of next year. Obviously, we just got done shipping a big console game, and we're getting back up and running into content and feature development. And we'll take you through one at a time. The first one being something we've been talking about for a long time. Finally have, super excited. Joel, do the honors. Tell us about Seasonal Worlds.
Yeah, this is one that I'm personally really excited about and something that I really have been invested in. So Seasonal Worlds are a season-based world that will last for the time of the season, so roughly around 3 months. That has unique rule sets where we really flip things on their head. The goal being that we provide players with a really unique experience that breaks the rules, that in the case, and I'll talk about it in a little bit, maybe PvP is always on these rules or on these worlds.
You gave it away.
I did give it away. As you know, the first server, not as you know, but as you know now, the first server is PvP focused, and that's.
This is definitely like a bit of a gimme, but yes, the first world that is coming out will be a PvP. If you want to call it Rust-like, if you want to call it Albion-like, you want to call it full loot, like that kind of world, where you level up to a certain point, and then this is turned on, and you can't go back. And then after that point, every time you die, you're from my understanding right now, you're dropping basically everything. They could segment this into tiers. Kind of, I need to wait and see a little bit further. But this in a way is sort of like beta testing a feature, and it's sort of like hey, what if we actually did this? Like it's a little bit more, like he says, it's a bit more experimental, and that's like the goal, so that they could try new things.
Something that's near and dear to me. I've played a lot of games over the years that I really enjoy that risk reward feeling. The first server is at level 15. You'll be fighting other players. We've created a unique set of item and gear that you'll be able to craft. It's very heavily crafting focused, which I also really like, where the player will feel powerful in this gear, but the risk that comes with this gear that you'll be able to craft is that it drops on death, that it has durability. We're pulling back some of those old mechanics that don't exist in the normal world.
Resources and the gear.
So that gear specifically drops when you die. Versus right now in the PvP island, like you will drop all the mats when you die. So that is different.
Yes.
All drop on death.
The resources, well, the new resources to craft our special new really kind of super items that are on par with, say, artifacts in this server, those drop on death.
Yep.
But you'll be able to craft some more basic gear that's still pretty high gear score with some more basic resources like iron, timber, and hide.
Yeah.
You'll be able to craft your normal gear that's still really high gear score, but you'll need to wear that special gear that's dropped on death to go get these new resources to craft these really cool big items.
That gear also, like, you should.
So it's like if we had the system right now in the current game, right? This would be like 0 to 700. You're perfectly fine. 700 to 725. You need this special gear that's dropped on death. Like that would be the equivalent of this gear, I'm guessing, for the current game. But that gear jump that you get from 720 to 725, that's not super significant. But like going from no artifacts, like he says, to artifacts is like very, very significant. Like if I still have New World opened up here, like if I am able to pick up a passive 20% armor increase on every single piece of my armor, like you know how insane that is if I just have over 100% more armor, but if I die, I lose that all. So it's like, it can be very, very powerful, but the risk reward feature is a very big factor. This has been implemented in other games, the full loot systems like Albion that has enchanted base gear that people like to run for specialized builds. For example, there's a gear piece that we like to call a bomb or a bird. It's basically you launch a nuke, and the nuke will destroy everything if you have really high endgame gear. But it's also like worth the equivalent in New World of probably like 400 to 500k every single time you die. So it's like you can make a lot by killing people with that set, but if you die, you lose it all. So it's like very, very high risk, high reward, and it'll be really interesting to see how that plays out.
Talk about, like, we went pretty crazy with it, right?
It's nuts.
Because it can drop on death. Like we did things that we normally would be kind of leery balance.
Did you mention that it breaks too?
It does break.
Yes.
But to JR's point, we took some of these pieces of gear and we
So the reason why you have to have it break is so that people can continue to craft that gear, so that it keeps creating that crafting economy, right? If the gear doesn't break and it drops on death, then a few concentrated players get the gear, and like it just keeps getting passed around and no one creates this gear anymore, right? So you have to have it break at some point. Albion has the exact same mechanic. Worked very, very well for that game, in my opinion. Some people don't like it, but I played that game for 3 to 4 months, so kind of biased, and it is a very, very interesting system.
We really push the limit on them to make them feel special, to make them feel like there's impact. These should feel on par to artifact items, if not farther in some cases.
Very farther.
Yeah. So
Very farther?
really the goal
Oh, boy.
is how crazy is it going to be? How much are we going to shake up the meta? How much of a different experience can we provide to you? While still some of that familiar feeling, that core of the game that is so much fun.
Wonder what happens if you
so we can
transmog
kind of
this.
experiment, and again, find what's fun to
Because you
you,
can
or
hide that
fun
you have
to
the
me,
gear.
or fun to each other. I'm really looking forward to what we can do with these systems.
It feels a lot like the original New World Alpha, but with all of the QOL and content that it now has. It's pretty cool.
We should also reiterate, like, so it's a brand new server, like that literally wipes every season. So you also get that new player experience every season. If you
Total
like
economy
that.
You get those hordes of players coming in from the beach. You get the camps on the ground. You're going to have a lot of like death and maiming getting to the settlements. That's my jam. I'm a somewhat of aggressive player, so I'm excited to see how players are going to treat this, how they're going to form up and protect each other, but also potentially rob each other
And
from
also,
their gear.
it feeds into the territory system too. It brings those big stakes to this. Crafters are now like a necessary part of your war machine as you take over the server. It's all there.
And there's a lot of little
That's the
fine-tuning
beauty of
quality
it.
of life tweaks that we're also looking at as well. So like, I know you just did the MSQ, we were looking at ways to make it so you can completely level by crafting if you want to.
Yeah.
Again, we'll have more details on these things in the future, but we're really trying to fine-tune these little experiences to feel like you can play how you want, and that it's, again, slightly familiar, but completely different when you play through it.
So think about this. I'll bring up an example for you guys. Say in game right now, I want to go level a new weapon. Like say I want to go level Great Axe to level 20. If I wanted to optimize this in the current game, you probably see people saying X Tortor, and like you go to this specific spot, you sit here for an hour or two, you get this maxed out. In this new version of the game, if I go here, someone could kill me and just take my set. Like you have to like change fundamentally like how you play the game in every single regard, and it's not a ton of work from an AGS standpoint compared to other features that they've implemented, but it is like a tremendous amount of time that can be used to optimize this kind of mode. So it's very, very interesting. Very excited to see where it goes. Not sure how many people will engage with it, but considering it's only going to be one server to start, I imagine that server will, like, people will like it on that server, and it is experimental, and I'm kind of excited to see where it goes. I'm
really excited to be bringing these servers to you.
That's awesome. It's a whole new frontier. I mean, it's changing up all the time too, which is great.
Yes, we have, I can't wait to tell you about all the ideas we have for future ones. And of course, they become places to experiment with things that we might bring into the main game. But that's not all. One of the other things that we're very excited to bring you, JR, I won't upstage you. What are we bringing?
Okay, so we know OPR is one of our most popular modes.
Yep.
And we've had the same map since launch, pretty much, right? It came out shortly after that. So I'm excited to announce that we are in development on a new OPR map, and
Let's go.
We're going to actually have it be in a preview form for Season 7. Mm-hmm. We're going to have it on for a weekend, and we want to get the player feedback on it, and so they can, you guys, we want you to help us to develop the map. We want to make sure that this map is lives up to the expectations that you have, having waited for so long.
Yeah. And later in the video, we'll talk more about it. But
Finally,
I mean, this is just the beginning.
New OPR
right?
map.
We're spinning up multiple maps.
Yeah, absolutely. The modes pipeline is in full gear now. We're going to be making new game modes and new maps and for existing modes. And yeah, this new OPR map is kind of like the first one out of the gate.
Yeah, we wanted to show it to you, even though it's not
new modes too.
Potentially not fully ready. Again, to get that feedback, but also we're just so excited. Can't wait. Next on the list is kind of a few small things that we're doing for mutations, which are
we only need
expeditions
daggers.
in the game have normal and mutated levels. So for M3, which is the highest level, we're adding these to the instanced matchmaking system. In order to make sure this goes smoothly, we are unifying our mutations. Tell us about that, Chad.
Yeah, so big.
I do need to stop this because Mark does bring up a good point that AGS doesn't necessarily deliver on everything that they promise, and I do have to point that out with the past roadmap that they sent out. I don't want to gripe on it for too long, but this is the Season 4 roadmap, and everything crossed out was not delivered on. So it's like you do have to treat it with a grain of salt. I'd argue that the way that they phrased it this time is probably a little bit better, but the last time they delivered on maybe 20% of what they said they would. So like you guys did point out earlier, it is probably fair to say that the changes that they expect on the roadmap, like the stuff in Season 7, this is probably, like I said, 100% chance. It's probably closer to like a 60 to 80% chance. And like in development's even lower than that, and exploration's a little bit lower than that. If you look at it historically, if you look at it currently and like what they're saying, they seem relatively confident that they're going to be able to get this put out so far. So, fool me once, fool me twice, but I'm hoping that they're able to deliver again.
Big ticket item here is that all the currently active mutated expeditions will now share the same mutation. So elemental, promotions, curses, all those will be the same across all of them, which means a lot less re-gearing, gemming your gear, and hopefully just more time spent fighting and having a good time collecting loots.
And then the other thing we're doing is we're increasing the quality of the rewards in the M3s.
Yeah, so we're looking at adding crafting materials into mutated expeditions, as well as in raids, that together, when they're combined, you'll be able to craft new 725s. So this will be an alternative source and give meaning to want to go back into these expeditions and make sure that you're actually having fun in the content you want. We're going to continue looking at that and improving it. For now, we like where it's at, and we think that it'll give more players a reason to go visit this content.
So adding more options to your endgame content.
Yes.
Along those same lines, we're also adding 2 new daily solo trials to the roster.
3 new solo trials.
Oh,
So we've got, we're adding Mother's Dream, which is Emperor Zhu, Tempest Mind, which is Isabella, and Daichi Saito. So that's adding to our roster. So you should be seeing those in your list every day.
Awesome. Thanks, Chad.
The main gripe with the soul trials right now is they were fun for about a day or two and then immediately not used because the content isn't really usable from an endgame perspective, and it's very, very simple to complete it. I think they need to make something like some sort of materia that can be used to craft something from the soul trials or something like that. Like there needs to be a little bit more meaning to it, but they are kind of fun. From a new player perspective, I think they're wonderful. From an endgame player perspective, it is like I can quite literally just go there, hold down my M1 button, and do it, and not have to worry about any of the mechanics. Because I think some of them honestly probably deserve a little bit of balancing, but for the audience they target, I think they do a good job.
And then to round out the season, we have a few things that we like to do every season.
Basically.
Starting with combat balance updates.
Yeah, so obviously, this is something we do every season. This season, some of the things that we focused on was time to kill. Something we've been seeing in PvP a lot. The fight's going a little too long. So we're making some adjustments to consumables and some of the perks. And then we're also looking at balance around target lock.
I've heard that they're mainly looking at targeting conditioning is like the big one for this. Like conditioning is far too strong, and I 100% agree. And that will kind of put stuff more in line of like where it should be. Like right now, it's basically every single build. It's like, oh, you have to run conditioning. It's not like, oh, you have to run health, or like, oh, you have to run resilient anymore. Conditioning is the new thing where you kind of need to have it, and that secondary perk that reduces damage is like a little bit less necessary. But there's a little bit less of a balance than there used to be, and people just stack the heck out of defensives, and because they multiply and the defensiveness gets exponentially stronger as you have more defensives, it inherently creates a kind of unbalanced system there.
Target lock, you say?
Yeah, we turned it on in PvP for the Eternum launch.
Yep.
And we've been keeping an eye on the feedback. And
by the way, thanks
beta.
again for all the feedback right before launch as we went through beta. It was very helpful, and we made some changes. And
yeah, absolutely. We did tone it down quite a bit from what it was in beta. And we're going to be continuing to tune things. One of the changes that's coming up in season 7 is actually the blunderbuss was a problem. We had nerfed the damage going into launch. Now we've reversed that, and instead we've replaced it with some extra inaccuracy in target lock as kind of a balancing.
So the issue here with blunderbuss is before it shoots 6 pellets, right? On average, I would hit maybe 3 of these pellets if I was a normal player. And they basically made this so it always hits 6 pellets, but it does 5% less damage. So it's like, okay, I need to make blunderbuss so that it hits 3 pellets because that's the average amount of pellets per player that actually hits. So I need to have it programmed in 50% accuracy or something like that. Like it inherently has to be inaccurate while target lock is enabled in order to balance for this. The way that it's balanced for other weapons in particular is because they fire projectiles. So in close range, they are accurate, but in medium to long range, they're not accurate. And the other way that it's technically balanced for is headshots. There's a headshot multiplier that is applied, so it's better to manually aim and hit the head. In reality, most weapons that have that headshot multiplier enabled, which are musket, bow, and blunderbuss, it's not actually worth it to go for the head. So I beg to differ about that one. But it makes sense to have this accuracy modifier like that. That's in the right direction. Or you just disable aim lock, which is what most of the PvP players would prefer. But like I digress.
Factor. Yeah. And we're going to be continuing to make tweaks like that in the future.
Yep, absolutely. There's also new artifacts, new perks.
Yeah, absolutely. So we're going to be introducing 8 new artifacts in season 7. 7 of them will be weapons, and there's 1 accessory, which is an earring.
Nice.
Ocean's Peace, it's time. For people that don't know what Ocean's Peace is, it's a earring artifact that got removed from the data mines at one point that gave 2% health regen, max health regen per second, and 2 stamina per second. So it was incredibly good looking for tank players, and all the tank players are really, really excited to get it. And then it was never released, and all the tank players have been really sad for about the last year. So we're really excited for that. All the weapon artifacts are likely the weapons that have not received their second artifact yet. So you think of like blunderbuss hasn't received a second artifact yet, bow hasn't received a second artifact, rapier hasn't received a second artifact, and like kind of go down the line there. But artifacts like, or weapons like flail have received 2 artifacts, so they likely will not receive another.
And yeah, there's some interesting combos that are going to come
Fire
out of that.
stuff, yep.
There's an ice gauntlet in there that I really enjoy. It's a really cool ability on the gauntlet that lets me, when I ice tune, give me a large amount of regen at the end of that. So I'm excited to try out and see what I can actually get away with that, or if I still die. But we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, that's just going to be hella strong for tanks unless it doesn't persist on weapon swap. And the other thing to consider is that the Ice Gauntlet's tomb right now works off of base health, not max health. So it's inherently weaker than a lot of people think. Your base health in New World is 8,024 versus my max health on my current character is about 30,000. So when it's scaling off this lower value, the perk is inherently less good. So it'll be interesting to see if it works off of base health or max health. One of the perks that works off max health in the game right now is health, which states it works off base health, but actually works off max health. And then Ice Gauntlet's an example of a perk that works off base health instead of max health.
Sounds like trouble.
Yeah, well,
That's his nickname.
That's a fun.
Joel Trouble Clift. And then, well, why don't you bring us home with talking about the seasonal events?
Yeah, so we're doing some refreshes on a few events. We're looking at Legacy of Crassus and upping the rewards a little bit more meaty rewards past level 700. Same with Siege of Sulfur. And then we're going to bring a little bit more rewards into Rabbit Revenge. That's a little bit more fun costumey. Maybe a little bit of trolley in there as well. We'll see how it goes. I'm hoping to get those events to console players for the first time as well, as they haven't seen these events.
So that's everything in next season. We're very excited about the OPR map.
Yeah.
Very excited about seasonal worlds.
Absolutely.
More details about both coming soon. And remember, we're just getting started. Now, let's talk about what's in development. So in development is somewhere in a more midterm timeline. We're definitely looking into stuff, but there's still plenty of room to discover. And yeah, so I mean, there's tons on this list in no particular order. We can start with
Invasion.
Thank you.
Why I like Invasion
All right,
as something
Dave.
that we're working on is because I think it's super cool content. It's sort of unique to New World, this idea of battling hordes of people. But, you know, the content is a little limited in terms of participation because it's only a set time. It can only take this many people. So what if we turn this into a mode, right? Like I think we're starting to make more and more modes. The activity screen is a great place to sort of like, what do I feel like doing? So like, let's get Invasion into a mode. And I think
actually
once you
kind of
start
agree
going in that frame of mind,
this
I'm sure lots
idea.
of things can like, could we add some more enemies? Could we add maybe mutations? What happens to the rewards? Like lots of ideas start to come.
So the main issue with invasions right now is that you only need like 20 to 30 people to do them at a max level, and then you can do the invasion. But for like lower level people, it's a really good way to get engaged with a large group. So like there will be 50 people in there that want you to get into a Discord to get coordinated for an invasion, and that's like kind of a baby step for other modes. So I think this is actually a really effective way to build a medium to large scale sort of community, and honestly is pretty smart. That being said, they do need to be reworked to some extent, and he's also addressing that here. As a person that no longer runs invasions due to overlapping with my raid times, I'm okay with making it its own mode. Yeah.
Yeah, definitely like adding more variety to the mode. Like we have all these different kinds of corrupted enemies that we aren't using in the mode currently. So like bringing those in and like having it vary up like per season even, like be awesome.
Yeah, it's great content. I mean, speaking of modes, I mean, that's one of the things that your team's looking into more, right?
Yeah, absolutely. So we're actually prototyping lots of different kinds of game modes, things you might have seen in other games like Capture the Flag, that we think would actually work really well in our game. Also like a Battle Royale mode, like a lot of those systems that make up Battle Royale already exist in the game. So like, you know, mashing them together, creating a queuable mode for that.
Yep.
So the theme here is reusing content that's already existed in the game, right? We talked about that at the beginning with the PvP server, if you will. Like that's going to reuse content from the game itself, let you be on that server. Very, very unique experience. We have the invasions as a mode, again, reusing the content that's already existed, like capture the flag. That's going to be reusing the world that's already existed, right? Like, shoot, I need to move all AFK. But like, if you can, I think the key to make New World like prosper in that sense is like take a resource that's already been made because it will take limited development time and use it as a mode. Like imagine, like what if I had capture the flag between the Monarch's Bluff Fort and the Cutlass Keys Fort, and you had to fight like all the way down this beach or something crazy like that. Or you have to figure out some sneaky way to get all the way around, but it's going to take a lot more time. Like there's a lot more, like you can get very, very interesting. I imagine they won't get into that sort of depth, and instead it will just be like, okay, let's do OPR, but let's make one base right now like A or C, like a flag, and the other one's another flag or something like that. But they could definitely get creative with this, and I like the general scope of reusing old content. I wish they'd expand that a little bit more to open world content, because I think open world content is the biggest strength of New World that's not properly utilized right now. But nevertheless, it's a good direction.
And then also like so kind of like a framework for new modes might be like doing like more of a seasonal type experience where
Defend
every
Monarch's
season
Castle.
there's like a featured game mode for that season, and we vary it up like every season.
Yeah, I love that. Like even something like capture the flag. One season maybe we try with mounts, the next season without. Like there's ways you can sort of like keep it fresh and interesting.
Yeah, it increases variety, and then it also kind of keeps the number of modes maintainable, so that we don't split up matchmaking too much and stuff like that. For sure.
Exactly. Yeah, like every new queue that we add like splits our player base, and we want to avoid that.
Yeah.
But the way that you avoid this system is what you do in Overwatch, right? Overwatch, you hit one button to matchmake, and that one button will take you to 5 different PvP modes. You can't guarantee which PvP mode comes up, but in order to be a good PvP player, you need to be good in all those different PvP modes. And I think that kind of system would help solve this issue, and as well as bring in variety, right? Like you also have to think about this from a perspective that New World has had one OPR map for 3 years. I don't think people are going to get too upset if they rotate between OPR, domination, or whatever you want to call it, team deathmatch, and like capture the flag, or like whatever modes you want to call from like Call of Duty, whatever other game you want to steal. Like people will not be upset for that variety. People are generally, I think, a little bit more for variety at this point, and I think more content is definitely welcome, and more risk taking in that regard is more welcome. I imagine that there will be bugs that are introduced for this at this point. I feel like you kind of have to embrace the bug world and just get rid of the exploits, because there's, even with more time, it feels like there's still a large amount of bugs and exploits to the point where it's not really manageable, and or do what they're kind of starting to do and release stuff in like an alpha or a beta phase, like something like what Ashes of Creation's doing, like where they have this actual like alpha phase that's probably going to be going on for like about a year, and they're going to actually just test a bunch and to refine a bunch of different features. Like that idea of like using player feedback in an early form is not a bad idea as well. Like if they wanted to do something a little bit more temporary, use that, iterate upon that, like I wouldn't be opposed to that. But generally, more content, I think, in this game is welcome, because right now the game, from a normal player standpoint, I think has about a shelf life of about a month to 2 months, and then people will come back in the next year.
And then we've talked a lot about modes and how like they sit really well next to our open world, but like the open world and the persistent new world experience is super important, and that's where we're looking at all kinds of stuff, like QOL things.
Yeah, like one that I know we're thinking about is storage, right? Like how many times have you been crafting and you're like, where is this material? Or you're you're about ready to run a mutation and you need a special piece of gear, right? So like if storage was much more global, what would that be like?
Still filterable. You want to be able to make sure you can find those things or sort it in a way that's meaningful to you, but not have to chase it down every time you want to do an action like crafting and other places like that, right? Pull it out.
Yeah, this is one where we have to kind of solve like more edge cases than you think of. There's tech, but we definitely want to do it and get it out there. Similar to modes, downside. Also one of the pieces of Endgame content that we love, but we want to try to improve upon is wars.
Yeah,
right?
Absolutely. So I bet that the majority of the player base has not experienced a war, because it is very exclusive content, but it is so good. It's so fun. So our goal is to provide a way for the rest of the players to try it out, right? So the thought is that we would do some kind of like private war system or like a pickup war where any company can challenge another company to a war. So that's just a way of like, bringing war to the masses.
I love it, right? Because
So there is a balancing thing that Dave might talk about here in a second, but it is a company to a company, so you need to be in a company. I inherently think this makes some sense because the issue of doing it as a completely pickup thing versus another completely pickup thing with a war is it's a highly coordinated game mode, usually revolving a pre-war plan. You actually go into war, you try to execute that plan, you have someone guiding you through that plan, as usually known as the in-game lead or IGL, and then you also have a separate communication between people in your actual group because you're working within your group to accomplish a smaller objective for that larger objective's purpose. So there's a lot of different layers that are involved here, and without getting the actual company to be coordinated and run something like this, it will not do as well. And this also solves the issue of having having too few territories for too many players in the same server for war content now to make this more of an instance mode. And I think that's just a generally good thing for the game. Would also like to see a company versus company OPR mode. Yeah, exactly. There's stuff like that that could be iterated upon. And like, say there's a matchmaking rating tied to your company's stuff, and the highest companies get a special reward or something like that. Like, there's like little things like that that could improve stuff very significantly.
there's so much that war relies on right now. Like, it's so important that people don't want to take risks. But if you make it something that like any two companies can set it up, you don't even have to be in a company. Maybe just any 50 people can get together. It allows people to try new builds. It allows people to try new people rather than slot the exact same people in every time. I think it's great.
Yeah, it's a place right now where you can't really slot somebody unless you have no way to vet them or audition them.
Right, which is why,
like you said, just more people being able to experience it at all.
That's exactly why VOD reviews are such a big thing. In order to get slotted for a war, you need a VOD. But if you don't have a VOD, how do you get started? And it's very, very difficult. Like, you literally, like, every single war slot's like, okay, prove yourself to me. Prove that you're capable of doing your job well so that I could hold this territory and make money. And it's like, it gets very, very competitive very, very fast.
So we've heard from a lot of you, and we completely agree that the start game for a new world is now better than it's ever been. The mid game is feeling good. It's really when you get to the end game and the kind of like systems and dailies take over. That's where we think we can double down and make things start to really click and awesome. We've all got thoughts on this, but Joel, why don't you begin?
Yeah, absolutely. So first I want to say we hear you and we understand that a lot of the older content, we really want to refresh that. We want to make it feel like you can go back to Reek Water and have impact. You can go back to really crafting high-end gear, finding unique things from crafting. In an earlier segment, we talked a little bit about how we're improving item crafting from mutated dungeons. We really want to take that to another level across the board. One example would be looking at reputation systems for some of the zones and being able to build up and kind of have a reason to go somewhere you might not normally go, build up, get better rewards, have reasons to go craft there, have reasons to go do different gameplay elements such as ECRs, such as questing, potentially new gameplay activities in some of those areas, new collections. We're really trying to push kind of play how you want to play.
Yeah.
Part of that's like making rewards that you care about, right?
Yes, absolutely.
So it's like
this also ties back to that idea of like the full loot system that you was talking about earlier, that you don't necessarily have to go through the main story to level to max level. It's not this completely catered experience. You also could go through a sandbox route if you want to, like whatever you want to do. And that's, like, I'd say an improvement upon traditional sandbox games where there is a path if you want a path, but if you don't want a path, you're not necessarily forced to follow the traditional path. And I think that would generally be pretty awesome if they're able to accomplish that, but that's a really, really big goal that a lot of games have spent like 5 to 10 years to try to solve, and not everyone has solved yet.
Like in the past, we've had just like this gear score chase, and then you get the perks you want, and then
what's the Dave theory? That's my Dave theory. It's just above. It kind of implies open world, which is good because he talks about gathering a lot. Yeah, like more focus on that. I mean, the main issue that comes back to open world right now is that you have all these fast travel points, which I think were really, really good and necessary when mounts didn't exist, but now that mounts exist, I'd argue that it's better to probably retract that a bit. And it feels weird to say I want them to take away fast travel points, but I kind of want them to take away fast travel points. I'm not gonna lie. I think there's too many, and you don't actually get to like really see the world until you're leveling again, right? Like I think everyone experienced that on Fresh. It's like, oh my gosh, I haven't been here in like literally a year, like at all, because it's not part of this like ultra optimized, refined route or whatever. So it's like I'm a little bit more for open world stuff than I used to be in the past. My Dave theory is seeing them so involved with the group implies is getting more control or involvement. Didn't see much Scott and Katie. Oh. Yeah, likely. You could also tell. Do I want to say this? I appreciate Dave. Dave's like usually the guy that like we look at and it's like, okay, Dave listens to us from a community standpoint, and like Dave's hair is starting to turn gray. So maybe he was kind of stressed out before, but I don't like. I feel like he's generally done a pretty good job at being open and communicative. Red shirt sounds like Dave, what I love. Yeah, Joel. Yeah, no, Joel sounds pretty passionate. I like Joel. I don't like. I don't think we've seen Joel before, but he seems like he's a good fit for the role he's in. Wear gray.
You're kind of done, right? Like, but we're talking about having a larger variety of perks that are like more of a horizontal progression. Like something the combat team's been talking about actually is you know, like we have like one unique perk per ability, but there's nothing to stop us from making like 10 unique perks per ability, right? Like and having just a lot of variety and like changing up your gameplay. That kind of is more of like a horizontal thing.
And then taking that a step further and potentially putting those perks in unique places. So I have to go to this dungeon or Requad or this zone to be able to get those perks. And also making those perks have more of an impact in different game modes and different areas of the game as well will really help flesh some of this out. Really make crafting meaningful is something that I'm personally passionate about. I love to go gather, click rocks, whatever you want to say in the game. That's my jam. I love doing those type of things. You'll find me gathering more often than not. But I really want to make sure that crafting has that meaty impact that we had previously. You're able to craft some of the best gear and it has a reason and a purpose is one of the biggest goals we have for this. Beyond that, really making sure that you can kind of play the way you want and go to the zones that you want or the modes that you want and making sure that those rewards are meaningful, not just go to the raid, not just go to Sandworm, and not just go get golden coconuts and other things like that.
Yeah, no, you're saying the right things.
Yeah, I think that's
the part that my gripe with this stuff is I'm surprised there wasn't foresight for this before the patch, but they're saying the right things for the current patch.
the best summaries. Like, play the way you want and always feel like
that's
you're
perfect. That's
making
exactly
an
what
impact. Like
accurate.
you're progressing in some way.
Yeah.
And I think that's the key. And there's so many ways we can do that. I love the idea of the reputation systems because it's like a new level of meta progression. And I think there's some neat ways we could do that versus just a very grindy way, make it more quest oriented or something, like where you feel like you're unlocking powers in a zone. You know, I think there's cool ideas there.
And this is another place where seasonal worlds kind of help us experiment and try out new systems. Look for more of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's actually a good point about that, Joe. So I would say, like, of the 100% of my friends that started playing New World when it first came out, like maybe 80% of them play, or sorry, not 80%, 20% of them play and 80% left. Of those 80% that left, a lot of people are like, I really like New World, I like all these systems, but there's just no new content for me from the Endgame, so why would I play right now? It's like a lot of those questions where you have people that are like, oh, don't play New World, I have 4,000 hours in the game, but trust me, bro, don't play New World, there's no content past a certain point. It's like, okay, there is content. The problem is that it's not renewable enough at a certain point, and that these are issues that are being talked about in terms of being fixed. The crazy thing is I'm 20 minutes into here, and like, it feels like we're 20 minutes into this video, and every single thing that has been mentioned so far has some permutation that is going to involve PvP players to some capacity. It's going to involve crafting systems to some capacity, and it's going to involve PvE players to some capacity. Like, tying all those systems together is something that, if it was done really, really well, I think New World would be like amazing, and that's like part of the potential of New World, if you want to call it that, that people always talk about. And I think games like Ashes of Creation recently are starting to bring to light. I like that they're stealing ideas from other games, like this full loot idea from Albion. I know a lot of PvP players that are very against this. I was also very against this until I tried Albion, and then I was like, oh my god, this actually solves like 90% of the issues that New World have, and I like the idea of going for some system like that because it creates a sense of you have to do this, and like if your gear breaks, right, you have to craft your gear again, so now crafting's involved. If you have to craft gear, now you need materials, now your people that are gathering are involved, and they like all tie together, and your PvP players can kill other players to get their gear, get the materials, so that it's like there's like a good cat and mouse kind of balance game to it. It creates a lot of renewable content and creates a lot of different avenues to obtain like more rewards for the end game rather than just like mass spam potion crafting, which is what I'm doing right now, and like silly things like that. Like it currently makes the game systems like build upon themselves like just naturally and doesn't require a ton of development tools to do, right? It's like, again, coming back to that same idea of renewable content. Like this is all focusing on renewable content that will recreate itself, and that's how you kind of create an end game experience with a game like this. New World is a perfect foundation with nothing else. I still recommend it though. $40 and a play a game that has very little comparisons in MMO. Yeah, exactly. And like to drive that point home, like you look at a game like Throne and Liberty that came out recently, right? Like a lot of players from New World have left to go to Throne and Liberty, also by published by AGS for all it's worth. But not actually made, but published by them. But Throne and Liberty's endgame effectively makes it so that you cannot go try out a different class super efficiently. So like New World's biggest strength, I would argue, is the class system, where you can play sword and shield with any other weapon and nothing is bound there. In that endgame system for Throne and Liberty, you effectively have to commit from level 1, hey, I'm going to be playing sword and shield flail on this character, and that is all I can play without having to spend a good amount of money and in order to compensate for the time required to get those leveled up. And I think New World does that very, very well, and I'm hoping that it will be able to utilize these new systems and kind of carry that forward as well.
If we can get this end game ripping, like we have the sort of the early and middle game, I think that's the sort of the last piece, like you said, that could really sort of keep people playing and excited.
And absolutely, like it's going to take a lot of work. Like we have a lot of ideas and a lot of things that we want to do, which is why you'll see on our...
I would argue the middle game could be a little better. When you get to level 65 right now, it feels like you pretty much instantaneously get to 700, and there's not like a progression. Like I hate to bring it back, but there's not like the watermark system that used to happen before, where you like progressed from 600 to 650, and then from 650 to 675, and then from 675 to 700. Like there's not that natural progression. It is quite literally, okay, guys, I hit level 65. How do I get 700 as quickly as possible? Okay, go to the trade post, buy the cheapest, highest gear score gear that you can get, and then just spam these mutations until you get stuff, or spam these dungeons until you get stuff that's usable or halfway decent at 700, and then we'll worry about the next system in the future. Like it feels too rushed to get to 700, and albeit a lot of like players like myself don't really stop to smell the roses at that point, but I would argue the mid game could use some slowing down. The early game the early game took me like 20 hours of gameplay, maybe. I think it was less than that. I think getting to 65 probably took me like 14 hours in an ultra optimized path. The middle, which for most players is probably taking like a week, the middle game took me about 2 to 3 hours to progress through. That probably should be taking, for an average player that's not played the game, like at least a week to progress through the middle game, so you get familiar with a lot of the end game systems, so you actually play things like soul trials repeatedly. Like I think they need to figure out a way to slow that down a little bit, and then 700 to 725 needs to be improved in terms of how quickly you can get that. It feels like if you were to graph the game's progression right now, like if I were to do the beginning game as blue, like it would take like this long to progress that much. The middle game, which spikes your power a lot, does not take much time, and then the end game takes a very, very long time but slowly spikes your power. So it's like they need to figure out a way to fix that middle game too. But beginning game, I would 100% agree, is very, very good. Middle game, I'd argue, has the systems but needs fine tuning, and then the end game needs to be looked at altogether.
A living roadmap that we have improvements to things, and then overhaul.
Did a single world tour and got 700 gear score. Yeah, also we've mixed the names in here. They said ECRs, elite chest runs, and world tours are basically the same thing. An elite chest runs for one particular area, a world tour is a chain of elite chest runs. So yes, I would agree that sometimes it's probably a little too easy to get, and that is a big reason why. The elite chest runs or world tours, whatever you want to call them, they used to have a watermark system, so you slowly progress that number up. They got rid of that, and I think the Umbrals system was a little bit better, and I believe they're going to talk about that in this video, so I don't want to talk about it too much more.
To things, and one is for midterm, one is for long term, which maybe this feels like a good place to now start talking about long term. All right, now we're joined at the table by Kurt, our lead designer for world content, and we're going to talk about the third category on our document, which is in exploration. We want to share our early thinking and what we have in store for sometime in the future. As we said earlier, we're all in on Endgame right now. We want to make replayable content. We want to make more things to chase, more frequent content updates. And some of the things we're thinking about are, we'll start with kind of our known things like new weapons, for example.
Yeah, absolutely. So nothing to announce on specifics here, but we are in development on our next weapon, and we actually are going to be prototyping multiple weapons, and they'll be coming out at a more regular cadence in the future. Multiple weapons here, but we are in development on our next weapon, and we actually are going to be prototyping multiple weapons.
So they have one next weapon that is kind of like sort of ready, and then they're prototyping a few other ones. So that's like basically saying there's going to be at least 3 more weapons coming out. All right.
And they'll be coming out at a more regular cadence in the future.
Yep. And then zone up levels and new zones. So Kurt, you worked on the Cutlass Keys up level, for example.
That's right. Cutlass Keys was an experiment in what it would be like to create a max level.
I think there should be more built-in systems to join a company and group for the harder content like M3s and like the raids. I tend to agree that there needs to be some sort of system that they basically have done this, but they haven't made it cross-world. So if you go to like activities, you go to mutations. If I wanted to play any ad, for example, I could create a lobby or I could enter the queue. The queue is cross-regional, so people just always spam the queue now. If they figured out how to make lobbies, or by cross-regional I mean cross-server within your region, they should be able to make that the lobby is visible to players within your region as well. Also, if they wanted to make this more advanced, I'd argue if you're on the East Coast of the United States, you should be able to play with the West Coast of the United States, and there might be other regions like that, like AP or like Asia Pacific should be able to queue with the West Coast of the US, in my opinion, if you like absolutely need it for these modes, just to shorten queue times. There's probably a lot of tech involved there. I imagine that they're not easily going to be able to do that, but that's something that like I think they could explore in terms of like Endgame, like down the line. But I think in the early to the midterm, they figured out a way to make this kind of group system, so it was within like a region, and that you're able to like message the person that was able to create this, and they're able to message you back in game for like what they want. Like that would be a good like early to mid step to help remedy that. And I think the other thing too is like making queuable content like raids will help with that system too, because raids inherently involve a little bit of coordination, and anytime there's a little bit of coordination, people try to usually overcome that coordination with either companies. So like maybe you have a raid based company that likes to do raids, or there'll be like a Discord that you could join to like kind of help with that as well. So I think that those kinds of systems will help kind of alleviate that friction a bit.
Playable zone in New World. As many of you know, the questing system and level up experience looks a lot different than it did when it first launched. And as part of that streamlined process to make it level up as immersive and fun as it could be, there are parts of the game that kind of got left out of that streamlined leveling quest line that we did. So we're looking at taking some of those zones.
Yeah, so that's what I mean. If you made that system for PvE stuff, that would be helpful. PvP, I agree, it's going to be a little bit too difficult.
That are no longer part of the level up experience, and repurposing them into max level explorable play spaces. And so one of the things that we're currently working on is a Reekwater up level to refresh Reekwater for max level players and bring new elements of progression and gameplay to the zone.
I think one of the things
I thought they'd do Morningdale first. They're actually doing Reek first? I don't think I've been to Morningdale, my fresh character. Like I went there to get the town, and that was it. But I've been to Reekwater a little bit, but I'm a little surprised. Reekwater is literally just the zone you go to if you want to get Azoth water, or I guess you can get oil there, but it's not as good as Weaver's Fen.
most excited about that is some of the collection elements that I've seen from your team that you guys are really investing in. I'm a player that really likes to go exploring. I like a little bit of PvP, and getting me out into the world to just kind of emergently discover what's there or go out and look for these things to collect is something that's my jam. I really enjoy that, so I'm excited to see what happens with these.
Yeah, the idea with Reekwater is that we want to try and create more of an open world experience than an on-rails quested experience.
Yeah.
There's so much content in the game, actually, that players don't really have a reason to explore because they hit max level, and there's like no reason to go back to this zone. That, you know, so like this is awesome. Like,
yeah, and this in conjunction with some of the stuff that we've already talked about, like a reputation framework. These are going to be great systems to use going forward to make our endgame content more replayable for players.
Yeah, and there's more even than what's on what we're publishing and talking about today. But yeah, like take all the content, give you reasons not just to go to it, maybe even for the first time, but again and again and again. And you know, I'm very excited about how we're kind of approaching doing our up levels as building the pieces to eventually culminate in that new zone.
The level 60 weapons don't exist anymore, SLB. Those got removed, and some players farm those in order to get the transmogs. But yeah, they don't exist anymore. There was a really long sword in particular that some tank players wanted because it was like really stupid long and probably shouldn't have been that long, but it was like the only way to get a sword that was that long in the game.
When that does finally come out. New World is always meant to be a sand park, and we started out all sand long ago, back in the alpha days. And we've got our park nice and built, and I think where we're at now, we need to kind of find that right balance between sand and park. And that means bringing more sandbox. Like, we have the systems in place, so like when you see us say things like influence.
So when you're saying sand and park, this is like sand would be short for sandbox. This is like do whatever the heck you want. We're not going to guide you through this experience. A game that would be akin to a sandbox is the game I keep bringing up a lot, which is Albion. Albion is literally sandbox. There is about 5 to 10 minutes of story, and then after that they drop you off and say have fun with it. We're not going to guide you through the rest of this experience. The park experience is I am on rails, I'm going down this roller coaster, the path is given, and I can't go off the rails. So it's like you don't have as much exploration, and the games that tend to do very, very well are kind of a combination of both. You think of like Baldur's Gate 3, for example. That's a game that is very sand and very park oriented. There is a clear story, there is a narrative that is involved, but as you progress through that narrative, there are a lot of side objectives that people can get involved with. They have unique items, there's unique dialogue, there's unique stories, and it's very, very interesting to get involved with that whole kind of system and dynamic. So I agree with his statement.
Tower, claim siege system, territory overhaul.
Sand gets
These are things that players have been asking
everywhere.
for, and I think everybody's got a different idea of what to do. But you know, to me, like I would even conceptually say that company hall ties with that, because like these are things we need a way to feel like you have a home in the game, that you're doing some kind of a base building loop, and that's what the territory system is meant to be. But it's just, I think we can
that
get
you and your
there.
friends, that you and your company have goals to be able to build up and activities to do together, and feel like you're making meaningful progression and impact on what those things are. Again, together you're building up, and I think that's a big thing. I love those company style guild halls and other things that you can build in other games, and I'm excited to see what we do there. I think
one small ask for them too is if you're going to build a system like this, I think that they should increase the amount of company member slots per company. So right now it's a maximum of 100. I think it should probably be increased to like 200 to 250 or something like that if they're going to include a system like this. Is also like allows maybe more experienced companies to get newer members in to help out with some of the other activities and kind of get them involved as well. And while they might not be involved with every sense of the activity, I think it's just generally better to alleviate that friction to get newer players involved with the other experience.
that's something I'm personally going to enjoy a lot.
But also like making it more than just like the top companies on the server get to participate. Like it's more like, you know, anyone can start a company, build something, like they have a little slice of the world.
Yeah, that's a fair take too.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think it's,
But like the reason why I bring up that other point is in a war situated company, there are like 60 to 80 slots of just war players, and there's 50 slots in a war. So like say I wanted to have someone else that wanted to participate maybe in those wars, also wanted to do some of these other activities, like they might not necessarily fit in that exact bucket, so we wouldn't be able to like participate in this activity if you're like kind of more war oriented. But like that's like one of the, that's a, I think I'm great for the top 1% of players, and I'm like I'm selfish in that regard, but I think that could be a little bit better.
it's also worth mentioning that we're not just focused on overhauling or revamping existing locations and systems, but we are ideating on new locations in the world that we can add to New World to progress the narrative and expand the world in new, exciting ways as well.
Some of the early looks on some of the new areas and raid style stuff that we're prototyping.
How about the relationship between companies? I mean, I think if they were to go back in time and make it ideal, I think the faction system in New World would be like more along the lines of company v company. I think that just turns out to be better, and then you just naturally have factions, right? Like you have companies that might be mercenaries that could be for any faction. You have companies that are like, hey, we're aligned with I'm stealing from Albion again because I'm thinking about that. Like I'm aligned with Bob or whatever. Or I'm aligned with Furries, which is another alliance name for some stupid reason I don't really understand, or whatever alliance that you have. So you have your alliance, you have your companies, and then your alliances are effectively what factions are right now. Maybe, but that doesn't, I don't know how you tie faction rewards into this. And that's, again, a little bit more towards the sandbox experience. But again, I think that would be ideal. It's just I feel like New World's progressed from that a decent bit, and it will be kind of hard to introduce that system at this point. So it's like the benefit that you'd obtain from introducing that system at this point probably doesn't outweigh the cost of making the system. So I don't think it makes sense for them to prioritize that kind of thing. But it's something that I think would be better if they changed.
Yeah.
Cool looking.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah. Some of the coolest art assets I've seen, so I'm excited to see players get those things.
Yeah. Well, we won't go into any more details than that, although there were no details at all. But we won't talk anymore about some of the ideas. But the big takeaway is, like, we're excited. We hear the players. New World is a wonderful world to just hang out in and play in, and we just need reasons to do that more and
Absolutely.
ways to go deeper. That's what we're looking at.
Yep. Nice. Is there anything else in this, or are they just, we got 2 minutes to run?
Wow, that was a lot of information. Thank you to all of the folks, Dan, you and the group, for sharing all that information. Really appreciate it. I don't know about you all, but I think I found it all exciting. If I had to pick one thing, though, I think the seasonal servers are just going to change the way people play the game, and I think that's awesome. Really, really cool.
For me, it's the OPR map. I've been waiting a while. I'm excited to bring something out for players. I think they're going to like it.
I'm just excited to go home and ride my turkey mount.
Gobble, gobble.
You know it's scripted when Dave's talking about the OPR mount to some extent, but I still love Dave. The turkey mount is amazing, and I kind of want to figure out a way to obtain that. I forget how you obtain that in the current game, but they added in the turkey mount, and it actually is amazing, and like I kind of want to get that. Probably gonna be doing that after this.
Gobble, gobble.
My goodness. Yeah, we talked a lot about like what's coming next and things that we're thinking of for the future. But there is something that's coming up that we haven't talked about, which is free trials. So this is something that's on console.
Oh, you have to buy it? Oh no. I thought you got it from the, oh man, I thought you got it from the actual event. I got so excited. If I'm gonna buy it, I don't know if I'm gonna buy it though.
And so if you have friends or family who've been wanting to try out New World Eternum, this is a really great opportunity for them to hop in and try it out for free. So look for more details on that on the site.
And beyond that, the one thing I really want to do is just a big thank you, heartfelt thank you. Like, the team put their heart and soul into making New World Eternum, and
the best
when you
10K
see
marks I've ever
so
spent
many
on a
people
game.
come in and play and experience it and have a good time, it makes it all worth it. Feels really good. So, like, on behalf of the entire team, thank you to all the players. Like we couldn't be more appreciative. And with that, we will see you in Eternum.
his glasses are crooked on his nose. It's a small thing, but no, this is about the best update that I think they've had. The thing that this did very, very well is it gave clear guidance on what was going to happen. It gave reasons on why it was happening to some extent, and gave like very plausible reasons. And I feel like the bias here too is kicking in, where I look at this roadmap and like all this kind of ties together. Like a lot of these systems tie between crafting, it ties into PvP, it ties into PvE, and like it ties like the world together in terms of like a good amount of the system, in particular the kind of the seasonal like reset world, whatever you want to call it, the full loot world for PvP, like that 100% will tie a lot of the systems together. I'm really looking forward to it, even though I'm not usually a player that likes to participate in like 1v1 environments. I am the tank dude, I'm the utility support dude. I am not I'm gonna find the cheesiest build to kill you build. There I think is 100% is the AGS deserves criticism too in terms of the recent balancing. Like we talked about this a little bit before. I don't know if we talked about this now, but the fact that the elemental band is not currently disabled as an artifact is beyond alarming and doesn't make any sense. The fact that this triggers off of attunements and damage over times, even though it says it doesn't, makes this incredibly imbalanced. And there are other artifacts like this, but I'd say elemental band is by far the most OP artifact that has existed for this long of a period of time. Like usually there's something that's broken, it gets patched out immediately. It is not in this case, and it's something that I think AGS could really look to improve as well. But they've done a good job with the like iterating what they're going to do going forward. There's also about like the short-term fixes I still think need to be a little bit better. It's been, imagine, a decent amount harder because you have to be able to publish something for PC and both Xbox and PlayStation. So there's a lot of different like platforms there, but if they can figure that out, I think they'll be in a pretty good spot. It's just the fact that it's taken a month to get some bugs and exploits that have been kind of shown either temporary disabled / fixed is kind of alarming in my opinion. Let's not forget about the electrified Carnelian. More and more tanks are warning about this. Yeah, I'm purposely not using that. Partially because I think I'm a good enough player to where I don't, and partially because in the top ends of PvP communities, to be honest, if you were to use a bug like that, you should just be blacklisted and it should be end of story there. I know some tanks in them that do that, but I am not really a fan of it. It's too powerful. Like the fact that you could have I don't think it's even just electrifying, by the way. Like I looked at the data mine for that, and they just forgot to put a tag on the Carnelians because I think they didn't realize Carnelians would ever be used in PvP, but there's an exception for this case. So it's like something that they really should just adjust. But yeah, there's a good amount of bugs, good amount of exploits. I feel like they're all kind of public now, and I don't really want to water this down too much more. If you used it, you'd literally tank 20 plus people. Yeah, I mean, like even right now without using the bug, right? I'm able to tank like an OPR like 10 people for like a few minutes at a time. If I got that Ocean's Peace artifact, it would probably be maybe a minute or two more. Like if I had that on top of this, like I would basically be invincible. And I'm using a PvP build. I'm not using a I want to live forever build. It is a utilitarian support build, not the I don't want to die build for OPR. If I actually wanted to like optimize for OPR, like if they added in that ranked mode, which they talk about a bit in their exploration for ranked PvP, then I would probably do something like SNS with Rapier, go to the back cap, go to the other team's base, and just hit the PvEers so they can't actually finish any of the cap circles the entire time, and just be hella annoying. But in terms of like optimizing for war and kind of practicing for war, I play what I have right now. End the vid. Too much yapping. Close it up. Too much rambling. Oh, I would have ended the vid like a minute ago, probably, maybe. But yeah, too much rambling. That's fair. I feel like there's a separate video to be made on like everything that's in here, but there's like this oriented video to be made towards just like general reaction slash like what's coming out for the game. But yeah, I think that probably took like 45 minutes to an hour, which is about on par of like what it normally takes me to go through some content like that. Yeah, Crush Crush censors people, man. Like I didn't used to censor people, and then Crush came in here and he started banning people, started retracting messages. But I'm just trolling. I haven't banned a single person. Okay, I've banned more people than you. I banned a few people that were trying to get me to buy views or something stupid like that. Like, why would I care about botted views? Crush power trips every day feels bad, man. He has too much power. Do something about him. Is it the turkey mount's really in the store? God damn it! It is in the store. The hippo is also pretty good, but the turkey is especially good. I've seen pictures of the turkey, too. A turkey for riding, not eating. They've got some good quality stuff in the game now. You know what you must do? You want me to swipe for the turkey mount? That might happen. It is a pretty good mount. They added hippos into the game? They added a hippo mount in the game? What do you mean? It's a bear with a hippo outfit. It's honestly better than a hippo. Like they've gotten a little bit more goofy with the mounts, but they're really funny. Bro, just sell like 3 things from your Steam inventory and you can buy it? Like crates? I don't play those games. Quick hit? Oh. I mean, it doesn't show, like, you can't preview it. But you could, this mount, you could also dye the hippo skin on the outside. They can make it a different color. Yeah, you can't preview mounts. I think my favorite part about the store is people are like, add black dye, add black dye. They added in black dye, and people are like, wait, no, it's not the right black. You know, it's not black enough. It's too glossy or something like that. It's like, oh no, it's so funny. I've only seen people say it's great, lol. I hope it's good because they've been asking for it for a while. I know some people are just like, they added black dye and it's not my exact favorite black. And it's like, Jesus Christ. But at least we got the black dye. Haven't seen much criticism. It's insanely clean. Alright, alright. Hey miicrow, do you know any good resources for Kill Squad companies or Kill Squad comp / play in wars? I haven't been focusing on it as much now, but I still need to do VOD reviews, by the way. Like I owe VOD reviews to a lot of people. Maybe I start bringing that back. But I don't really have great ones right now. A lot of the high end of the EU war scene basically just died. The high end of the NA war scene is basically dead as well. Cosmic disbanded. And now it's just Dopamine versus Festival on this server. The EU players have all kind of given up on Fresh and they just went back to Legacy. I'd imagine that NA players would be there pretty shortly as well. In miicrow, how mandatory do you think shirking energy is? 100% not mandatory. If you have good stat management, you definitely don't need it. It's just like a little quality of life things. I mean, like if you need resources for the company or kill squad stuff, like, do I have rosters anymore? I don't really have rosters. They started hiding that. I used to give out like old rosters. I could probably like ask for like a recent-ish roster from somebody if you like you needed a reference, or I could like do a mock one off of what I've seen. But they intend to be super spear heavy right now, like SNS spear. And they tend to be like pretty fire stuff heavy right now. Yeah, I just kind of want to go back to Legacy because in PvP track 101. That's very fair. What am I at right now? I think I'm at like 27, 26. Like I'm not that close. There's a war right now? Oh. It's not really a war. It's upcoming, not ongoing. Oops. Do I know any of the companies on the server? Tavern? No, I don't know them. Don't know that one. Don't. Indecisive I've actually heard of, but I haven't played with them or against them. TSG, I don't know. I don't know stably, so. It is kind of an issue that we have 3 territories, isn't it? I mean, it wouldn't be a bad idea to reduce the amount of territories a company could own. And then, like, make wars, like, queuable to some extent. Like, it's not a terrible idea. But inherently, you shouldn't be able to own 3 territories at the same time, and the game should be able to balance itself in that regard. But they're on a cycle now, so that people participate in influence races, which they barely participate in. And that inherently kind of limits that. Don't slow down a new world, quit for like 6 months, stop tripping the addiction, SMH. I mean, I just played like 14 hours of Deadlock yesterday and the day before, man. Talking to the wrong guy. So if I feel bad streaming games I'm bad at, and I don't think I'm good at Deadlock yet. I think it's OPR time. Dude, I really want that earring that they kind of previewed before. Not gonna lie. Got 200 hours already on Deadlock? I definitely do. I think it's more than that. So the PvP realm for next season is it's another fresh essentially. Yeah. It's another fresh, but it's a completely different experience. It's fresh in a sense that you're starting over, but like it is very, very different from the current experience. Because all the gear that you have will be drop on death, basically. It's already good enough to stream then, better than the bronze players. Not that good. It's okay. My Dynamo is pretty good, but I've been trying to learn Kelvin because I like support players or supports in general, and Kelvin's like a really good support, but the problem I have with Kelvin is like he's purely defensive. Oh my god, the turkey. And like I don't know how to like you can't initiate with Kelvin where you can initiate with Dynamo, and Kelvin's like a very reactive kind of role, and it's difficult for him to get value in every single team comp versus Dynamo. He's slapping any team comp and inherently is really good. Like Kelvin is like feels a little bit more situational to me. Roleplay Lash, Kelvin's so bad early and late game, he's just good mid game. Yeah, like where Kelvin's really good is like where you're rotating between lanes and then you're constantly ganking / pressuring people. Like that's where Kelvin's really good. I think basically better Kelvin is Ivy. And then Dynamo is just better in the late game, but worse in the early game in Kelvin. I forgot I gotta get rid of the thing real quick. I need to... How do I get rid of this? Go here and need to drag this off, because otherwise it will... Whenever I click on it mid-game, it will mess up. I need that Ocean's piece so bad right now, man. I am bleeding out. Don't have healing. Ah, yes, we still got the some bearded guy bugging the game. Are they doing company OPRs right now in Dopamine? Yeah, it's literally just a company and players doing OPR. Lash versus Dynamo all in 50 seconds with hyper survivability. Yeah, Lash is so good at getting an early pick. Like, he's ridiculously good at getting an early pick. And that's, like, super, super strong for ranked. Because, like, the biggest part of ranked right now is there's no initiators. Like, if you have Dynamo, you have an initiator. If you have Bebop, which is, like, weirdly good in ranked, but really bad in ranked play, you have an initiator. I don't know of too many other examples of that. But then, like, some people are able to play and just do really, really well with Kelvin still. Did they nerf how far you could actually hit people from? Oh wait, they did. It's like that normally hits. Everything feels like a little off. Like that didn't hit right there and I didn't even move forward. Like, that didn't track. Like, the tracking is just significantly weaker than it was at the previous patch. BBVG or BB Warhammer, I haven't seen that build in a while. Thank you, WWR, I appreciate it. Ivy is goated. Yeah, I mean, my my best win rates are in Ivy, or not Ivy. Dynamo is by far my best. No, actually it's not. McGinnis is a higher win rate than Dynamo. And then after McGinnis, it's Dynamo, and then after Dynamo, I think it's probably Ivy. But I've mostly been trying to play supports. My main issue with Kelvin right now is, like, I don't know how to use his ult, like, super effectively. Like, I get the idea behind it is, like, you trap, like, one other person with you, and then, like, maybe one other person for your team, so you have a 2v1 or something like that. It just puts an advantage in your favor, and you have passive healing in it. But in practice, half the times I do it, when it's, like, a larger scale fight, like, I just kill my team. Or I'll kill somebody else. Like, it doesn't do much. The Dynamo is just like, at a certain point, it's like you get refresher, and then you just hit the ult button, and then you hit the ult button again, and it's just like, okay, I just killed 4 people. And you just win. And like, early game Dynamo is just, I kill 1 person. Like, you don't really worry about it too much. The other game I've been playing a lot is the Bazaar game. I don't think as many people play, and they just like completely gutted one of the builds that I've been playing, and I've been like trying to relearn like how to play that game effectively. So really, like, top of my team. I'm the 3rd best player on my team, and I held right click the entire time and got 3 assists. Jesus Christ! But it's probably hard to match make when you have like a dopamine like 5 stack on like one team. Like, that will literally just destroy any other stack right now. Fortify Whirlwind, not terrible. That artifact, Great Axe, I think is going to be really good this patch, by the way. I kind of wanted to make like an updated like patch, like PvP kind of ranking kind of thing. I actually think the artifact Great Axe is extremely good because they made tracking really, really bad for a lot of weapons in general that are melee weapons, and that will allow you to gap close and effectively dive people without having to like put yourself at a like disadvantage of your attacks not being able to hit. They should only allow duo or trio, to be honest. They were supposed to solve the 5-stack problem by having like a multiplicative MMR scaling. It's just, I don't think it's really working super well. They nerfed melee lunge and tracking. This game is trash again. Yeah, I don't understand why. Well, I understand why, but like, they overreacted to it. And the like hatchet was a really bad case, but like every other weapon I don't think was, well, actually SNS is pretty bad too. SNS and hatchet were the 2 like really bad cases. Every other weapon's like relatively balanced. Oh. They were absolutely right on that dev video of people just basically logging on to do raids now and logging off. Like, every Tuesday is, okay, let's do 2 raids, and then I'm just, like, done. And that's, like, the entire endgame content right now. It's all time-gated. It's like, this is not the best system. Like, there's OPR, but it's not endgame level rewards. It still basically is one of the only renewable endgame content things, so... Actually, Crush, I need to test one thing with you today. I need to test the passive shield bug and see if that makes any difference. I forgot about that. Because people were saying it doesn't actually affect stuff. And I think the easiest way to test that's like with a perk like Enchanted Ward on shield. Crush is still here. We have hope again for now. Yeah, basically. I'd say that there's an okay amount of content for near future. Not a ton, but an okay amount. Also, I need to do a Savage Divide this week, too. I just remembered that it's kind of important for me to do one because I need it to upgrade an artifact. I also kind of want Endless, but I don't know if I want Endless as much as I think I do. The wall I don't think I actually need. It could be nice to have, but I don't think I need the wall. Wait, I couldn't turn there? I can't turn there either? What? Wow, that tracking is a lot weaker. Could I not? There's no way they made it so you can't turn mid-flail thing. You can barely turn there. Maybe I'm just doing it wrong. I'm hoping my muscle memory is just off. Last day of rotation today for mutations. Is it actually? I thought it got extended by a day or two. See, oh, it's just 2 hours. Oh shit. I don't really care that much. I'm not using it right now. At some point I will be, but not right now. Yeah, I thought it said 2 days. It said 2 hours. I can't read. I love how the basis of OPR is every time there's a tank, no one wants to walk past the tank. So I could just stand here and like be tanking a bunch of hits. And I'll just continue to stand here. Like, no one walks past me. Not really figured out why, but... I'll take the free score, I guess. Bet you could squeeze into one, easy to get as a tank. Oh, I probably could do one. I think I still need to do a normal, like a normal one before I do a mutated for the beast dungeon, but like, I just don't feel like doing mutations right now. I mean, I could probably do like one, but that's like, I'm like, eh. Call it Fortnite syndrome, just simply can't walk past somebody. The only problem is it's a little boring to play in OPR because it's like there's not enough risk. Like I don't have to really think, and I still get value. So then I get bored and start doing stuff like this, or start running around people in circles. The life of a tank player. So I just got in. Thoughts on the roadmap? I think it's really positive in terms of the end game. I think the middle game could be a little bit better. But overall, heading in the right direction. Endgame, I think, is really good, though. And that was the main focus of it. The middle game, I think, is just, like, fine-tuning. Like, it doesn't take much to make that system a lot better. Also, how'd they nerf the tracking, but that shield thing actually hit there? Makes zero sense. Alright, we need to actually help our team now. Problem is the instant I start backing off, like the instant like we have to give up all this space. This is why I didn't really want to do that. But as you can see, if you're a 500 con tank, you kind of live forever. I'm not even 500 con, I'm 450 con. Why does it not block? +400 con gain. Yep. I wonder how much damage like 400 con, 200 strength would do. Like, I feel like it's a decent hybrid build that you could actually hit at this point. Trying to keep this guy alive. It's on greatsword, but he's really EOing the damage here. Yeah. Yeah, every time this guy dodges, I just do not track him. Help the Void Blader. Go, Void Blader, go. It is crazy how many people just keep hitting a tank, even though they can't kill the tank. Show gear, please. Why do you take no damage? I could show it after, but it's literally just standard tank set. It mostly comes down to the shield. The actual armor isn't as important, but the shield is very, very good. And a little bit of the play style. This is the kind of set that people thought would take over the game when the PvP zone was introduced, because you can not take any damage. But I also don't do damage, right? So there's a downside. My guy is going in at lit 1 HP. De-aggroing the brute. Giving up. But just health, invig, elemental aversion, a little bit of enchanted ward too. And then shield, fortified shield rush, sturdy, fortification / shield ward. Like the shield's honestly 90% of the reason why I'm so tanky. The downside of this shield is it doesn't have a lot of like waste preserved stamina, so I could lose my stamina very easily. And then I can't hold right click, which gives me a bunch of mitigation. But it is super, super good. I like 200 strength, 400 con. It's just enough to feel like I'm not hitting him with a wet sponge. Yeah. Oh, it's a decent balance. I do kind of want to build out a Void Blade build too. Like I haven't built that build, but like I could definitely build it out for relatively cheap. And it's super strong. What's the best healer earring? Fortified Toast or Healing Heart? I think Fortifying Toast is a little bit better than Healing Heart, but Healing Heart isn't bad. The Healing Heart's health, is that off base health or max health? Would be another question. I could probably look it up. Yeah, that tracking is significantly worse than it used to be. Oh yeah, isn't this the spot where you could just jump up here? Yeah. um. You have like 2 hours to do Savage. Yeah, I don't know if I care enough about it. Like, I'll just do it next rotation, which might be in a month or two. But like, I'm probably not gonna change gear sets that much between then, now and then. Like, I would have to spam Savage too, because it's like a 20% chance to drop per Savage. Like, I suppose I should get it, but like, my motivation for it is not super high. So I hate that they got rid of the visual indicator for refreshing ward. Now I can't tell if the perk is working half the time. Like right now, it's not going down super significantly in terms of cooldowns. But it's like 1 refreshing ward, so. Like you'd have to like test versus a blunderbuss. Oh yeah, it's definitely going down actually, I can see it now. Yeah, it's going down. I forgot to pop regen and pot there. I actually probably lived that with that. And like one other buff. Wow, what an interesting fight. OPR so fun. Yeah, no, it's not really. Like, you have to play like some specific builds and then it's decent, but that's why I was playing other games. Tanks and OPR is pretty sleeper. Tanks and War are a lot more interesting. Tank is weirdly effective in OPR though. Like, it probably shouldn't be as effective as it is, but it is effective. Battle Royale and New World Party Parrot. Yeah, no. It's okay. Like, I'm like, I do not like Battle Royales, but if they wanted to add it, I would be like, I mean, alright. Even Battlefield couldn't do it. Call of Duty did it, though. So this is why disease is like so mandatory in PvP, but not a lot of builds actually have access to it. Like the fact that no one is dying here is just like, it's literally just because there's no disease. Like, you want to see something funny? Let me get out of combat for a second and then switch to my other build that has disease and then just like watch how quickly this fight changes. Like, it will change like almost instantly. Like, you see how low everyone got, like, all of a sudden? Guess why they're so low? Isn't it funny how that worked? Like, it's instantaneous. Like, it did not take long. Honestly, someone clipped that. It's so funny. Oh, God. Like, you need disease in high-level PvP for that reason. And the tank build I made is optimized for war because I have anti-disease built into it. But like OPR, like you just don't run disease very often. Like not a ton of builds have access to it. Flail VG is one of those, but like this build is like infinitely more fun for me to play than Tank 2. It's just not a good war build, unfortunately. They stole the full nuts battle royale, dropping into a zone with no closer gear. Wait, Albion Company that I'm in had a thing where you raced a donkey across the entire map naked, and it's full loot, right? And the first person that made it to the other side without dying, like, wins a prize. And people were, like, paying each other to, like, help with it. It was so funny. I'm not gonna lie, I don't know if we have enough damage to kill this guy. Disease, yes. Damage, no. This is also like a significantly less tanky build than the last one I ran, so like here I actually need to run. Like I can't just sit there. Can I run? Yes, but it's a little harder. I got a few people in there. They're still fighting the brute. Wait, why is it targeting me? Do I have more damage than these guys? It's like I have 0 damage. Well, not 0, but less damage. Like I hit for 500, some people hit for like 4k, 5k. I think that dodge change made it so that I could actually like kite super easily on flail now, versus previously it was a lot more difficult. They also seem to have made some bug where I constantly get haste. Oh wait, no, that's just hasted vigor. I forgot hasted vigor is a perk now. Yeah, it's a good perk. I don't need to put a perk slot on my flail. I don't think I did that. Can we even kill this guy? I think he might be too tanky. Like I could buff strip him, but like, I think he just outlives with heals. This is why magnetic gauntlets is so popular though, because it's like you can just go infinite in a clump like this. No other weapon combo can. Spread that disease out a bit. Unfortunately, in order for kills to happen, you need disease and damage, and we are lacking on damage. So now I'm just like a ability spamming bot. But I can heal myself, which is kind of nice. You are down. I feel like I do need to upgrade my flail at this point. Like, it's cheap enough to where I probably should just bite the bullet and do it. Miicrow time. I love just tasting around people with the flail. Taunt gem and flail? Oh yeah, I still got a taunt gem in there. I haven't changed it. Like, there's no reason to have a taunt gem in there. It's just I got this flail very early on, and I refused to upgrade it because I was like, I don't know if it's really that useful. But I know now it's very useful. Got me thinking of putting disease in my fire staff. Fire staff has built-in disease through meteor shower. You don't actually need to put disease on it. I kind of want to go grab a weapon matrix. As a healer, I see way more melee mosh pits now in OPR. Definitely need disease. Oh, and the BBs are wrecking people again. Yeah, BB is strong. They talked about that in a dev video, how they realized they needed to make BB less accurate, not just decrease its damage in order for it to be balanced. And it makes sense. Because people are just hitting more shots than they used to, and that more than compensates for the damage that was nerfed. Got Serenity at level 29. What do I even do now? You can go Greatsword Hatchet, or you can go Hatchet, SNS, and Heavy. Both those are very, very popular and are very, very good. Let's see. Do I have a weapon matrix in here? Okay. I got a lot of shit in here. Do you casually have 9k of stuff in here? Okay, we actually need to fix this. This is pretty bad. $9k? The fuck? A lot of buy orders that I forgot about. I haven't done, like, economy stuff in a few days. It looks like I need a lot of water. I can't wait for unified storage. Anyone that plays this often is just a mess. Oh, it gets so messy so fast. Hey Miicrow, how come Greatsword Spear in Light isn't more common? If you play Greatsword in Light, it's like you basically get one tap by anything that looks at you in the game. Like that's just a given. And if you play it with spear, you don't gain mobility. If you play it with hatchet, you gain a lot of mobility and you get a good amount of survivability, which is why it's usually paired with hatchet. I mean, you probably could do it with like in light and featherweight, and that would be like an off meta build that wouldn't be terrible, but it's just not as common. But yeah, this is how I make my money. Which isn't that much right now, but I've gotten to the point where I have enough like gold where I don't really care about getting more gold. I'm surprised Venom Greatsword doesn't run more with Greatsword using heavies. I mean, like, Venom SNS is... The main issue you run into is you need a gap closer, right? Greatsword's a decent gap closer. Spear is, like, one of the worst gap closers in the game, unless you have Scorpion Sting. So, like, Scorpion Sting SNS right now is super, super good because they just nerfed the heck out of melee, and you can't gap close super effectively with it anymore, since you have to, like, dodge trade, and even then you're gonna not trade as well as the player that's running away from you. So like it just comes back to you need to be able to get that first hit on the target and close distance to get that first hit, and that's just really, really hard. And Greatsword's biggest thing is the stances are actually multiplicative damage and damage reduction, so it's like just taking tons and tons of more damage compared to other weapons, so you can just get deleted. Was murdering people in CFD, send me back now. Can you hop on in like maybe 10 to 15 minutes so I can test a bug with you real quick? Yes, I can? Okay, cool. I'm just gonna finish my crafting stuff and make sure I have my gear set up. Oh wow, those honing assets did not sell at all, did they? I could make a new sandworm materia thing. Oh yeah, this is a void gauntlet that some people like a lot. It has scream and play crits. Refreshing move, blessed life staff. That's fair. Life staffs can get that. Okay. I'm not jealous at all. Life staffs can get bis. No one else can. Let's look at my cut gems. You see the IG artifact they're talking about in the video? Is there a leak of the actual artifact or just the description that it gives you passive regen? Because I think it comes down to if it's off base health or if it's off total health. If it's off base health, it will basically be useless. If it's off total health, it will be really decent. What are you guys' plan on Pangaea now since Cosmic left to fight the Green Company? Pangaea wasn't, to be honest, Pangaea wasn't really about Cosmic. Like, Cosmic was okay, but they weren't that good. Festival's much better. Oh, I had ore. Oops. We have more gems I could have made. Oh, yeah. Box opening time. These are from all those ore things I just made. Most of the time, the end game for PvP companies is like fighting one other company. Like, there's not enough competition to fight someone else. Like, do you even craft, bro? No. So many boxes. It's actually so many boxes. Yeah. So that's how I make money. I just wanted going to about trying to merc for a T1 company. You cannot really merc for a T1 company. It'll be a last second slot that immediately gets removed unless you're known. Like, usually how it works is you have to play with the T1 players on a different server and like a T2 to T3 company, and then they kind of get you in and you tend to stay in. The system for getting into the highest scene for New World is like very, very bad right now. I have way too many serums now. It's not good. Miicrow grabbing food that could help test. Give me another 5-ish minutes. Alright, sounds good. All these gems to sell too. So many gems to sell. Like, that's my biggest issue right now is like literally just liquidating. So if I sold all these gems at like 100 each, that'd be like 10k. Like more than 10k. But it just takes time. Like, look at that price. Like, that's ridiculous. Like, that gem cost me like maybe 60 gold to make. And look at that price. Like, that's also ridiculous. These were really expensive too last time I played. Not as expensive now. And then there's always onyx and opals, which usually are consistently at a premium, which are actually cheaper right now. I'm still gonna put in sell orders because I just made too many. I got amethysts too. I think that's about it. I guess I have my big mats, like cloth. I don't need this much cloth, right? Actually, I just sell this directly to the sell order. The prices are actually pretty good. So it's like, I like to keep 20 on hand. Of all the mats, except for planks. Planks I don't really care about. I don't like grinding a new character, but AP region's like one legacy server and the population's like 200, so I don't have a choice but to fresh. Yeah, I don't know how to solve that problem. I don't think there's really a good way to solve that problem. Like, besides like playing on ping on the West Coast or something like that. Which, my understanding, it's not like the worst ping in the world, but it's still pretty bad. Oh, cool. Weapon matrices went down. What is the thing called for flail gems? There's an EU for fresh 250 milliseconds ping, but PvP is playable. As long as it's consistent. If you have packet loss, it never is playable. But if it's consistent, you probably can play it. Barrage perk actually isn't that bad for flail. The vortex perk is not super good, but it's okay. And the smite perk is really good, but it's super cheap. Kind of interesting. But not a lot of people play flail. So, and then I have to take the flail out. It should appear in here. Five rubies. I guess each OPR counts. So the flail should appear at the bottom, like in this section, but it's not appearing there, so I did something wrong. Yeah, it should appear right here. Do I have it in another artifact slot? Yup, and yup. So I put smite in here, 725, all checks out, we're good. There's my flow upgrade. Kind of long overdue. Biggest thing here is it just smite hits extend the active cooldowns by 35%, so it's just like very, very strong. Makes PvE tank a joy. Yeah, it's good. I mean, like all modes, it's just really good. Yeah, I think I'm ready to test. Let me just top over and grab a shield and should be good. Crush, I almost got baited to move a character to Lilith, and then Lilith got merged immediately. Character looks like this now. Been doing greatsword venom combo. I think it's using hasted vigor to catch ranged. I mean, that will definitely help. Just make sure you're not an onslaught chance when you're like running him down with the greatsword. But that will help a lot. It feels like the solution, like 95% of the time, is just to run SNS. To be honest, like greatsword spear is a build that people have tried in PvP, but it didn't really work. This shield will work to test this. So how this bug works is you equip a gear set that has a tower shield or any kind of shield, right? These perks on here have a % damage reduction on them. And what you do is you go from like, I should probably unspec the sword and shield. But you go from using a weapon that uses it to a weapon that doesn't use it. Like the spear doesn't use it, and you'll see that the actual enchanted ward effect will still apply when I have my spear out, even though it shouldn't. For some reason, that's like one bug. But the bigger bug is that I could unequip my sword, and then I could put on like something like an ice gauntlet, and now that bonus in theory is still supposed to apply. The hard part about this is you have to basically do a baseline test where I would have to baseline how much damage I'm taking in this case with my ice gauntlet out, and then I would have to switch to the bug state to see how much damage I'm taking with that out. So like I need Crush to do damage to me with this first. And then I gotta bug it. And then we'll see. What's up, gang? We're testing some stuff. Any need to do the prep wise? Nah, just consistent damage. Do I have any conditioning on? No conditioning. So that was 333. Oh, 697. Yeah, so the first one was my constitution going off. So if this bug works, then if I put on a shield here, and then I put on Palisade. So let me TP to instance 2 in case it's that. Like something related to that. Actually, no, let's not test that variable yet. So I put on the shield, right? Now I need to take the shield off by putting this ice gauntlet back on. And then have Crush do damage to me again. So I gotta see if it's doing more or less damage than 697. The rumor was that this was a visual bug, but didn't actually affect anything, and that appears to be the case. So that's still hitting me for 697. There is one other variable here to test. And that is if you were to teleport, does this bug like reset on instance or something like that? Because that's where the other bugs were kind of making their way into the system. In the previous patches. So I just TP'd. Now if I put the IG back on, see if it does 697. So if it does 697 here, then it should be strictly visual and shouldn't be impacting gameplay. 333, it's gonna be 697. Yep. Okay. Cool. So that's a visual bug. There is Crush, let's just show this off like one more thing. Sorry, I'm keeping you here. Do damage while I have spear out, and then I'm gonna switch to SNS. Secondary. Like, I'll put on a shield, and then you should see that I take more damage on the spear right now than I will later. So 333, 697. Actually, I think gear score is probably going to play a factor with this too. Shoot. Do I have a 700 gear score ice gauntlet? I do. Okay, never mind. I gotta do it again, Crush. But did they fix the gear score bug then? That would be interesting. Do damage while I have... I'm gonna just put the shield on after this and just see if I take more damage or not. I'm wondering if they fix this. So 3, 7, 8, 7, 2, 8 was the first one. The last one I switched to a different thing. And then if we go back to having this on, this should take a bit less damage with my IG out. Part of this is due to armor though, which is noteworthy because my armor does go up. So my damage that I just took just decreased by a pretty significant amount there, right? So I went, what percent less damage am I taking? So I'm taking like 6% less damage for just having a shield. So part of that is armor, but that 6% is like more than you would expect for just my armor going up by like, what, 140? The bigger part here is the enchanted ward, I believe, is working while you actually have your secondary out. And that's because enchanted ward is applied as an on-equip tool on the shields. So it's not bound to your shield. So it's not while you have your shield out, the enchanted ward works. It's while you have a shield equipped, the enchanted ward works, which effectively creates this interaction where I become more tanky in my offhand as well as my main hand. But I am a little bit more tanky on the main hand than the offhand, right? Like, let me unspec my flow real quick because I have some attributes on there. That would be one other thing to test. See if this is doing 683 or not. .547. So it's like I'm taking significantly less. Oh, Crush, you can't actually do slash damage because I got slash shield ward. I just realized. Do you have something else? Yeah, that would work. So 416. And if I go flow, 396. So that's like the armor, right? You see the armor's difference there. It's not super significant, but the bigger thing is the base damage reduction. So if I got rid of this shield, so if I like see how it says like 2740 on my armor. If I switch to my flow out, it says 2719. Like my armor goes down a little bit. Wait, why is it only going down that much? I think it should be more than that. I'm kind of confused. But part of it is the shield is affecting stuff for the shield itself, and then part of it's the enchanted wards affecting while you have your offhand out. That's the confusing part. So that's a little bug. A lot of people in PvP have been using that to their advantage. So enchanted ward is one perk that benefits from this. Refreshing is one perk that would benefit from this, where it would benefit your offhand even if you had a shield equipped. Flame conditioning is one perk that would also benefit from this. So like say I'm playing Sword and Shield Greatsword and I want to be more tanky while I have my Greatsword out, I could run Enchanted Ward. I could run, I guess, Refreshing, or you could run that health shield that I've talked about on some Reddit forums before. That's like illegal that you can still get. And then that perk will apply. I don't believe this shield defense counts as a unequip effect. That actually might be worth checking out. World buddy. I don't believe that counts. Is it under perk? This is a weird one. I don't think it counts as a perk. Oh, it does. Include shield, tower shield, on active. So you see this condition event up here that says on active? If I go to Enchanted Ward, this is the bug. Enchanted Ward says on equip. So that bonus won't actually apply to other effects that are, say, on active. On equip, that will, like, that trick will apply. And basically anything that has armor category on there will be tagged with the on equip ability, even if it's like usable on a shield. So that's where the bug lies. Grace Artifact is a big L. I tried it. It's not really worth it. Great Axe is better. Yeah, Grace doesn't really do damage. It has mobility, but that's about it. I think if you want to balance between the mobility and the damage, though, you just go the Whirlwind Great Axe, right? And it's just probably better. Alright, Crush, I think I'm going to go back, do a mutation, and then call it. See if I get my wall or not. If I don't get the wall, then I'm not going to worry about it. Any ad, I would have to do a regular and a mutated, so I don't think I really have time to do that. What is this clip? Kilosh just posted this in the Dropouts Discord. Oh god, I am... Can I listen to this with volume on the YouTube side? I don't think I can. Yeah, I'll actually get... Yeah, I don't think I can. That's kind of funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'll watch that off stream then. I'd have to make it so that I don't show audio for my browser audio on the YouTube side in order to show that, so YouTube wouldn't like take down the thing, because otherwise Disney will copyright strike it. Which is fun. Alright, flow tank time. So I don't think I can do mutated savage, right? Yeah. So I'm just gonna do an Empyrean. I should probably put a Carnelian in the flow. So my inventory is just full of potions now. It's like kind of funny. Too many potions. Grace is bugged right now. The haste is like 2% or something, I think. Sounds about right. What is Grace? If I look up Grace, I could actually determine how much the haste is. That's... Oh. They made the sprint speed modifier 3%, but they made the move speed modifier 20%. So if you're sprinting, it shouldn't make you faster, but if you're not sprinting, it would make you faster. So yeah, I think that's bugged. Like if I go to Houston Vigor, then yeah, these are the same value. So this actually should be the same value, but one's a different value. So that's the bug. It does work, but with boots, it's max 8 seconds, I think. The damage is too low for the risk. Yeah, exactly. Like, it's just not worth doing. I don't even know if I can do an any ad. Like, I don't think it's like... I feel like the queue's not gonna pop. I'm not gonna lie. This is for Throne and Liberty, is the Dropout Supple video. Yeah, they've been trying to get players to play Throne and Liberty so that they can beat Euphorium. Which I'm like kinda down to like see how it goes, but like I know like you can only play one build and the game just visually did not look that appealing to me. I wonder, do they have any clips of Throne of Liberty in here? Or is this all... Oh yeah, they do. Like that gameplay is just like, I'm looking at this and like, what the heck is going down? Like, what the heck is going on? It's like, how is this a highlight? It's like, I appear, they're stunned, I used an ability, and then they all die. It's like, wow, really cool, guys. Like, I don't know. Like, to me, this is just like worse looking than Albion. Like, eh. Yeah, no, it's that would be copyright. Yep. I don't know. I don't like Zerg simulators. I don't mind them if like people have like individually like tied impact to things, but like they just don't here. Yeah. Like if I were to try that game, it wouldn't be because I like the game. It would be because people that I enjoy playing the game with like the game. I don't have a human coding. Is this fun to people? It is. I don't think it's fun to look at, it's the main issue. I think it could be fun to people, but I don't think it's fun to look at. Like even Albion's like not very watchable, but I think Albion's more watchable than that game is. I think I've seen this gear piece before. Wait, what? That's insane. Oh, I'm running focus right now. Well, we're focus tanking for a bit. Till I get out of combat. So I think my audio is bugged. I mean, the thing with that game that people talk about all the time is it actually has endgame content. Like, the parts of it might not be the best, but because it has endgame content, like, people want to play it. Versus New World, like, doesn't have endgame content. Like, the question I've always had is, like, why that game? Like, to me, it's like basically saying, okay, let's get really competitive at Raid Shadow Legends, guys. It's like, what? Like, why? Doesn't even make sense. On the bright side, my tank build feels pretty good. Think you could do Serenity Flail? Let's see, so Serenity... What is Serenity again? Serenity's the great sword, right? I mean, that... Like, you couldn't use the artifact flail, so then you lose a bunch of utility. Could you do it? Probably. Does it make sense to do it? I don't know. I have a noob question for the worm raid. If I don't have enchanted ward on armor, what would be the next best option? Strike damage for swipes or elemental aversion for the acid. I'm gonna be honest, the way that people run a worm raid is you will literally get one shot by like everything in there except for like the scorpion part, which is why people just use angry earth coatings for that, or angry earth ward. Like you play to get one shot by the boss, like no one cares about that, but if you do the mechanics correctly, you'll never get one shot by the boss. So like I don't think your gear matters for the raid, but that's like a non-PvE take. Like not a non-hardcore PvE. That's like just from my observations. Like I literally don't think gear matters in the raid. Like you just want refreshing. Like that would be it. Like you just want refreshing. Because refreshing will increase your DPS output. And it's like that's how people play PvE. And you won't get into a worm grade unless you play PvE that way. So like you need to optimize strictly for damage. Enchanted ward is PvE's resilient. Oh yeah, 100%. It's just for the raid, it doesn't matter, because even with the enchanted ward, like, you will get one shot. Like, you still get one shot. So. Like. My opinion, who cares? Acid pads and gear, I assume? Yeah, no. It's acid pads if you're a bow player, otherwise it's Jaspers. For resistance to the worm. And you'll still get one shot by the worm, so I don't understand why people like obsess over it so much. It's never really made sense to me. Yeah, strike protection amulet. Yeah, that's what you do. Strike gems enchanted ward can survive a head swipe. You can early on, you can't later when it gets in power. Or at least that's my experience, and I have 5 enchanted ward, and then I run like 55% strike. Did they just fall off? Oh my god, they just fell off. This is kind of an entertaining pool. People falling off. How's my sexy tank brother doing tonight? Oh, we're chilling. Kind of excited for the new promises. We'll see on the delivery, but a good amount of promises. I just remember walking into the green acid on the ground and the health went down super fast. Yeah, that's why I run acid tinctures. You put acid tincture on bar, you pop it, and then you're like not immune to the acid, but you take a lot less damage to it. Who aggroed the boss? The boss isn't supposed to hit you while you're over here. I do kind of like it though, it makes it a little harder. Warman's jump puzzle. The question for this dungeon is always the last boss. A lot of people can do every mechanic up until the last boss, and that's what makes or breaks groups. Light enchanted war. Wait, that's insane. Dude, some of the gear it's dropping right now is crazy good. Oh. No, it's dead. You know the other fun part about the full loot area? I imagine PvE drops will be a lot more popular because they're super consistent to get. You can get like 3 per PvE drops like relatively cheaply. Me too, man. Umbrals V2 almost made me nut. I mean, I didn't even mention it in the video. They just talk about it like briefly, but Umbrals V2 is like super exciting because that was the best endgame system that New World has had. Dark Matter's been okay, it just hasn't really hit quite as the same. Yeah, no, I'm relatively happy. I haven't looked through the article yet, and I haven't looked through the other content that they put out. I just looked at like the video, and I figured I'd make a separate video on that other stuff, like maybe over a day or two. I don't see a point of like rushing this right now. Like there's not gonna be content for a while, so it's like, yeah. PvP seasonal servers look hot as well. The skins look pretty sick just for the transmog. Yeah, for sure. I just iframed that. It's kind of funny. Man got cooked. This boss is like super strong the first week this came out, and then they like nerfed it super significantly. Keen speed, keen flame attunement, like that's such a good ice gauntlet. My bar for ice gauntlets is like very, very low though. Ice gauntlets have a lot of useful perks. It talked about the items being stronger than artifacts of the PvP seasonal testers. I don't really want that to come to the main game. It's basically how Albion works with it. You could have enchanted stuff, and it's like super, super good, but it's super, super expensive. And like a lot of the sweat people fight over it. So like it's really common for shot callers to be given like a defense or a health like enchantment basically. Because it will make them like 20% more tanky or something like that. And like the shot caller I played with in Albion, he had like a really good set, right? But he's also a really good player. The dude he didn't die once the entire last season of like maybe 90 plus PvP encounters. Like he's insanely good at living. Like think of apples and then just like everything the opposite. Like that was basically him. Like he's actually a god. You're telling me I become the thickest motherfucker in existence now? Oh yeah, like if they have something akin to that, 100%. Like you could get 20% on your weapon and then 20% on your armor. Like you can go full decked out and be like twice as tanky if you wanted to, but then like if you die, you lose it all. So that's how it's balanced. So if you die, you lose it all, but if you don't die, you know, like tank moment. The crazy one will be, what if there's like a thing that comes out that's like thorns, but like actually thorns, not like this new thorns BS that's not off of max HP. The Giga Wall version 2, basically, yeah. Like you can get really, really tanky with it, in theory. Percent health weapon. Yeah, like if they do something crazy like that, like tanking would get so unbalanced so quickly. I'd argue that tank is broken right now, but not a lot of people play the role, so they aren't balancing it. But someone missed the jump. I like how we just all have a rapier. Like that's the only DPS for running right now is like 3 rapiers. Like it's so silly. PvE meta be like, you could run any weapon, I swear, guys, and then everyone's just using a rapier. To be honest, after seeing the FFA zone, I have concerns about the full PvP server unless I learn real lessons with teaming, range issues, etc. Oh, there will definitely be teaming. You don't hide away from the teaming in that kind of environment, right? The way that it's balanced is, like, if you're gonna run something that's super OP, you better run it with a team. If you get 1vx'd, like, you just lose it. Like, why would you run that as a solo? Why would you run, like, your best out gear as a solo? As a solo player, you usually play like a rat. Like, you're looking to steal other people's stuff. Or you can just go full tank, I guess, and just not die, but, like, you better be able to live, like, 1v5, maybe up to 1v20. Jokes on you, a 1v20 musket unit FFA zone already? Yeah, exactly. It's like, if you're tanky enough, like, it's not an issue. Like, I can't 1v20 with my current build, but I don't play, like, a hyper-optimized OPR tank build. I play a hyper-optimized, like, large-scale tank build. Also, like, SNS Ice Gauntlet's just better than, like, SNS Flow in most regards, but it's, like, 3 times more bowling, so I just force, like, off-meta tank builds to be popular at the endgame tank level because I'm good enough to where I can do that. No one really cares. Like, Flail is debatably, like, really, really strong along with Ice Gauntlet, but if I'm gonna be honest, Ice Gauntlet's probably stronger than Flail. But Ice Gauntlet's, like, 3 times more bowling. Also, what's the purpose of having a healer if I'm, like, healing more without the healer being present? I'm just going to be a lot stronger with the new regen artifact. Honestly, I don't think it's going to be that good. I'm going to be real. I don't think it's going to be that good. You also never run the regen artifact on a tank build because Butcher's just too strong in terms of giving ult charge. Like, you basically have to run Butcher in order to get ult up all the time, and your ult up all the time is passive healing. And it cleanses you. I mean, there's maybe it could be better than Butcher, but, like, I highly doubt it. Like, I think IG could be stronger, but I don't think it will be significantly good. I could be wrong, though. I do have a taunt gem in the rapier, so that, in theory, should taunt him. Alright, we got the balls now. I haven't seen a ball come this way yet. That one's gonna hurt a little bit. Ow. My healer probably hates me right now. Actually getting hard carried. Do I have elemental gems in? Partially, but not really. I have the fake elemental gems, aka just opals. Well, we did good enough as a tank. He was dead. But if I was with a way worse group, that would have been terrible. Probably need to up my con a bit too, to be honest. Running like hella low con for that. Yeah, okay, we didn't get the wall. Like, I don't know if I care enough to like keep running this thing. PvE of rapiers is ridiculous damage, self-heal, invincibility. Yeah, my problem is like, I'm used to just holding right click and not actually dodging things, so then I have to train my brain to actually dodge things. I'm crutched. Play tank for too long, you forget how to play the game. PvE rapier is just ridiculous. I think that it just hurts the weapon diversity in PvE. It does. There's like one saving grace for at least like some groups where it's not ideal because the bleed from the rapier has a global cooldown. But I think you just like it basically makes it so that you can't like consistently proc the bleed forever. But it's not super balanced. It's still way too strong. Back up to 114k. How you feeling about the roadmap? The video looked pretty good. I don't think I've looked at the roadmap as much as in depth as the video. I figured I'd look up over the roadmap in a day or two and kind of look at it again. M3 in matchmaking, new rewards, unified mutations so that you only have one gem set. OPR map preview, they're gonna like basically let us play it for a little bit and then they're gonna take it down, balance it, and update it accordingly. New daily soul trials is basically just dead on arrival due to the current endgame system. Combat balance updates every season, it's really good. New artifacts and perks every season is really good. Seasonal events and world bosses is basically just the current events, so in actuality, like it looks pretty good for what we're getting next season, but it's not too many things, which is actually probably a good thing because that means it's actually obtainable. In development, they got new seasonal rewards, they got the territory system improvements, they got the pickup wars, they got the end game progression improvements. Like all of these are really good. The Umbrals V2 I'm very excited about. Wraparound XP, I don't know what that means. Crafting improvements, new PvP modes, we talked about that, like capture the flag. New mode maps, which will be interesting. Invasion difficulties, you can queue for invasions. Crafting improvements is like using M3 materials to craft the endgame rewards. Endgame rewards and system improvements, it also ties into that. Invasion mode with matchmaking is going to be pretty good. Global storage is just a nice improvement in general. Endgame reputation systems improvement, that's like, I think fine, but not a huge quality of life improvement. And the barbershop's not bad. So like all these are like pretty good. This is pretty good. Like this is about what I would expect in like a year, but they're saying that they might hit on these in exploration things within a year as well. Which would be kind of crazy. Like the company hall is kind of crazy. All instance content available in matchmaking is pretty crazy. If they can do that, it'd be really, really nice. The raid difficulty levels would be very nice as well. It sounds like they're very committed to doing that. The ranked PvP will be very interesting. Probably won't be super competitive, but maybe it will be. What do you think of the seasonal servers? Will it kill the fresh start servers? Depends if people like that more. It's full loot, so some people won't like that more. You basically get to level 15, full loot is turned on, and you drop everything on your death, including your gear. If you have this new endgame gear. If you don't have this new endgame gear, I don't think you drop everything on death. I wouldn't be surprised if you drop materials. Seasonal server kind of pointless if you lose your character. You gotta get the. It's a pretty cool idea. I mean, I'd delete a character to do the seasonal server. I don't think it's gonna be exactly like the old alpha. I think it's gonna be more akin to Albion, and they're making it so that only if you have this like end game gear, it's dropped on death. Like you have to have the specific, like kind of OP end game gear. What do I think about this build? Okay, life stuff. We got Topaz in there to ward against. Okay, yeah, at this point, if you're gonna run lightning and fire, just go elemental. Yeah, just go opals for all those slots. Like it's just not worth it. Like if you have void, fire, and lightning, like that's literally just the equivalent of running 3 opals, right? And you just get more value. So like it doesn't make any sense to do what you're doing here. Slash absorption is fine if you want to just go straight slash, but you already have slash conditioning, so I think that's kind of overkill, especially because we just left the hatchet meta. Now it's a little bit more thrust oriented, but I guess isn't terrible. Rapier with this, that works. Keen speed, repost on rapier is fine. Refreshing toast, fortifying toast is pretty good. This is life staff's pretty good. The flame conditioning is a little sus, but isn't super sus. One of every conditioning, like the gems is just, it's a little bit too cookie in my opinion. Like, I would just do, like what protection amulet you have? You have thrust protection amulet. Like, are you trying to hit 2020? Yeah, you're trying to hit 2020. So like, yeah, like I like your physical setup, but your elemental setup, I would just go for straight opals, and I think it's just stronger. Like that's the main thing. Like the abyssal ward and like the fire ward and the lightning. Like say you took all of these out, you put 3 opals in, now you have more protection towards everything, right? So it doesn't make sense to run all those. If you want to tech more towards lightning, that's, or like towards fire, that's fine, but you just need to do that in like one slot. Like if you're doing 1 fire, 1 void, it's technically better than just going 2 opals, but your 2 opals just generally get more coverage. And also like hatchets are going elemental right now too. Like all the melee players are also going elemental stuff for the most part, so it just makes sense to run a ton of opals right now. I mean, no excuses now. They have no main story to remake. Yep, that's true. Please make a cheese build. We really need that as melee, something where they can't escape. That already exists. It's called SNS Scorpion. That's the cheese build that you can't escape. You basically, how SNS Scorpion works, I actually have it on my other character, so I could probably show you how it works in game. It's a very simple idea, and it's very, very effective. I have Scorpion on Fresh too, I just haven't leveled it yet. Yeah, I could just make a paladin build on that server, cheese it, never die. I mean, yeah. I mean, that's the game is balanced that way, right? Right now. Like, that shouldn't be the case in my opinion, but the game is balanced that way, where paladin builds just never die. So everything chill besides gems? Basically, yes. Everything else looks pretty good. The gems is kind of like the flame conditioning is like a little bit sus, but it's not terrible. And the only reason why it's kind of sus is like the fire damage usually doesn't hit consistently, so I don't know if you have your flame conditioning up for like when you actually get hit. But it's not bad. Like you might get hit that enough for that will actually matter. So if I go to this build, the way that this played. So yeah, I got this SNS. Was that you went Fortify, Shield, Rush, you go Bash, and then you go Leaping. It's like, this is how they used to run it. I think you actually probably go for Upheaval now. So something like this. And probably not the perfect tree, but something like this. Do you want Upheaval for this build? I don't know if you want Upheaval for this build. I don't know if you do enough damage for it actually warrant running Upheaval. I could show you the old way. I'll show you the old way. I don't know the new way that people run it right now. And on this tree, you don't actually go for that last perk. I think you only go down 2 slots there. And even then, I don't think you actually need this slot, technically, with the Scorpion. But, like... yeah, I guess you don't. Last slot is is Vault Kick. Take a lot of stuff on the right tree, take a few things on the left tree. Is there one more thing I can cut? Probably can cut the bleed perk for more stam. And if I find a test dummy, which I think I have one in Evan that I like to use a lot, I could show you this. I heard Bash hits less now. Okay, I see you combo them on the pole. Yeah, it's a pole combo CC build, basically. So the way that you actually run this is you go like 300 dex to go 100 strength, and we used to go 200 con, but now you could probably have a little bit more flexibility there. There's a bison here now? That bison never used to be here, but this is the guy I was going to combo on. So you basically, you pull, you vault kick, you hit the guy at the vault kick, you don't miss like that, and then you go for sweep, and then you go for like a couple autos or something like that. When they start to get away, you go on SNS, and then you can track them down and actually do things. Let me reset my cooldowns. I completely didn't realize you got launched that far. I thought he didn't get launched that far. I believe he resets if I'm up here, but I forget. Might have to go to a different box. The new tracking is just ridiculous. Yeah, I mean, you aren't going to hit stuff as much, right? Like, but this build, in theory, is still the best build at, like, harassing range in the game. Any good bow builds? It's just bow hatchet or bow rapier. It hasn't changed that much. So if I pull, it gets pulled pretty far. We vault kick, we sweep, and then we start going in. So that's all CC, right? Like, say this guy starts to run away. Now I go for that. I can catch up to him. I can bash him. He CC'd again, and then I can sweep him again. I could do this. I could pull him back. I could vault kick him. Like, you see how it's like basically infinite? Like, my cooldown bar is like not too high, and the main trick is that you need to dodge between attacks. So that's his 500 con, which is why it takes as long as it does to kill him. But It's here. The first successful hit with an ability within 2 seconds of dodging reduces all spear cooldowns by 20%. This effectively means that you can go for an infinite CC build with this. The spot where this gets really, really good is you can apply this to like a healer, for example, right? And a healer can't play the game. So like the way that a lot of war companies slot this build is they slot this build on top of another spear that's built for damage. And then they slot that on top of like a greatsword that's also hitting a target, and on top of a fire staff. It's literally just a 4-man death ball that runs around and just deletes everything. There are some metas where people don't run a 4-man death ball, instead they do 2 and 2. So they'll do like this build and they'll do it with greatsword because it's a little bit more damage, and they'll do a normal spear with a fire staff as a combo. And those 2 mans will work together to secure kills, and they'll just take 2v1s, 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 and just secure kills very quickly. But some metas it's run as a 3-man, some metas is built as a 4-man, but this is the primary engager in all those metas. So Vault also helps with the cooldowns. Exactly. And you can combo, the other thing too is if you jab and you go into sweep, they get a free dodge roll, right? Because you just incremented their CC counter to 2, but if you go jab into a stun with Vault Kick into a sweep, you don't actually increment their CC counter. Now, if you go out of sweep into another CC, like Shield Bash, that will increment the CC counter and they will get a free dodge roll. So you just have to be kind of careful about that. But if you play it right, it's just a ton of damage. The normal spear build that's built for DPS usually goes sweep, perf, and cyclone, which is really, spear is really interesting, right? Because you literally run every single skill on this class in a different form, and PvE skewer is really good, and PvP skewer isn't consistent enough to be run. But you basically just go for a sweep, and then you perf someone, and then you can go for a dodge into a single target to slow them, and into a cyclone, you get all your stand back, and you can do that again. And that's like a crazy amount of damage, and cyclone does strike damage, does 165% strike damage, and like nobody runs strike resistance in PvP. Like nobody except for point players run strike resistance. So this just shreds people in PvP, and it's one of the most powerful abilities in the game. So that's how that build works. Very, very popular. I think NA has been slotting him a little bit less than EU, but EU still, last war roster I saw, still slotted like 7 to 8 of those per war, or something ridiculous like that. Okay, maybe not 7 to 8, but like 6 to 6-ish. Like they slot a lot of this build. I have tank gear on this character. You see I get my wood grain stuff on basically every character. But I think normally they go elemental avert, like they go frigid dawn basically, and then they put on like conditioning. Like that's the ideal build. You make that super tanky, you get Onk, which is eluding me on a lot of characters right now. You don't need teardrop, but it's a nice. Crush, are you still here? I just realized something. When we were testing earlier and we switched my ice gauntlet from being super low gear score to high gear score, I don't know if the damage I was taking increased or decreased. That would actually be the OG gear score bug, and I'm not sure if they fixed that or not. But I don't know if you're still here, because now I kind of want to check that out. But I kind of also want to edit the video. I don't think he's still here. Maybe I'll test that a different day. But that would be interesting if they fixed that. But no, I'm actually a pretty big fan of everything they said in that video and on the roadmap. I think their general philosophy is correct. A lot of the content that's been out in the game isn't renewable content, and that needs to be the focus. It needs to be content that creates content for itself, so AGS doesn't have to babysit us and be like, okay guys, we spent 4 months, we add this one zone in that you're going to interact with once for 5 minutes every day for the next year, and that is it. No one's going to actually be here because there's nothing to do here that's super beneficial for you. But like instead of focusing on that, you focus on making like a mode, making something that you interact with all the time. I think that's generally a better philosophy. So rather than making like forced content, like they call it like park content, if you will, like if you're on a park, you're on a ride, you're strapped in, you don't really have control of anything, and then more like sandbox oriented, like content that builds on itself, and I think it's really good. Also, how long is that pull range? I am getting super distracted right now. My brain's spinning in 3 different directions, but like that jab pull felt way too strong. Jesus Christ, that's pulling so far. So even if like you pull him that far, right? I leaping engage, I stun him, and then we go sweep. We do auto, we do vault kick, we do auto, we do this. There's different combos with all those CC, but end of the day, you're doing a ton of CC. And my Dynasty Butcher is upset at me again. But, yeah. Alright. I think that's about all I have for today. Appreciate everybody for stopping by, and I'll try to turn this into a video, but I'll pass you guys off to somebody else. Dang, he is popping off on the Bazaar. He is actually popping off on the Bazaar. That's the other game I've been playing. I've been playing Deadlock and I've been playing Bazaar. These two games have been really fun. The Stalker game is new. Yeah, no problem. See ya, 2dabs. I did Baboon last time. He's playing Firestaff and OPR, and I was just talking about the dev stuff. I'd rather host Baboon. We've already talked about the... I mean, a lot of people are going to be talking about like the new content stuff, and it's probably a good thing to get other people's opinions on it, but I don't think it's super interesting or as interesting as watching Baboon play OPR. Alright, see you guys.